Thank you for coming back today. This is the second of 3 meetings that we have as the Downtown Working Group. So I thank you all very much for starting at 8 a.m. and running through for the next couple of hours with our consultant team. Just to refresh everybody's memory, maybe we should go around the room because we do have other people here today. So Bonnie, if you want to start and kind of introduce yourself, and then we'll go around, and then I'll hand it over to the consultant team to walk you through today's events.
I'm Bonnie Von Olson, planning consultant with Kimley Horn.
Eric Alessia, a partner with Torty Gallison Partners.
Patty Adele, Real Estate Solutions Group.
Bruce Murray, also Real Estate Solutions Group.
Hi, I'm Tim Zork with Torty Gallison Partners.
Sabrina Cherney-Hull, Director of Planning for the Town of Newcastle.
Hi, I'm Lisa Katz, Deputy Town Supervisor.
Good morning, Steve Tavalacci. I'm a local developer in town.
Randy Katchis, resident and building owner.
Bob Kirkwood, Planning Board.
Bill Spade, architect.
Greg Sanzari, planning board.
Ivy Poole, Town Board.
Tom Curley, planning board.
Jeremy Slam, town board.
Laura Marvin, I'm on the Streetscape Committee.
Jim Smith, resident in town.
Keiko Spade, Sasaki Spade Architects.
John Canning, Kimley Horn, Traffic and Transportation.
Alexis Sikoriak, Planning with Kimley Horn.
Robert Derry, the Comptroller, Deputy Town Administrator.
Okay. I'll pass around the sign-in sheet so everyone can see it. All right, do you want to start?
Sure. So you have the presentation today, right?
Nope.
So we have.
If you need me to do it, I would, but.
Yeah. So we have a long, full agenda today. I think we do have a lot of sort of interesting things to talk about. But the first is we'll go through and talk about what the workshop goals are. We're going to go through and talk about a site analysis review. The last time we were here, we went and did the site tour, which was very informative, and we learned some things that I think are certainly opportunities, but also constraints in this area. We're going to talk about just where we are in the process, about the market scan, a character analysis, which really is a fundamental kind of element of a form-based code. It's really about understanding what's the character today and what's the character that you want to create in the future. So we need to be very, very clear about what that is before we start getting into drafting the code. We're going to talk about the public realm and placemaking analysis. I'm not going to finish that today, but we've got the beginnings of that. We're going to talk about the parking analysis. I tell many of our clients on the private sector side that what we really are parking designers, because so much of what you can do is based around that. We're going to talk about the framework and concept site plan scenarios. So we've actually drawn plans that show buildings, that show parking, that show how many residential units you get. And so we have different scenarios at different intensities, so we're going to sort of start to get into that so we can start to get some feedback from everybody here to get a sense of what seems to be appropriate. And then we're going to sort of finish up by trying to consolidate some key principles. In other words, where do we have consensus on some of these key elements that are going to go into a form-based code and into the concept site plan. Some of those we might talk about as we go through the process, but at the end we'll try to kind of summarize what those things are. So for our workshop goals, the first one is to review an understanding of downtown Chappaqua, because that's going to inform the recommendations for the concept site plan and the regulating plan. We think that we've gotten a much better understanding, but I'm sure there's still things that we're missing and that we're going to kind of discover along the way. The second is understanding the specific character elements to establish more specific principles. So these are things like building heights, historic architectural character, those kinds of things. And the third is reviewing that character of historic and new downtowns. In other words, we're actually going to look at other places as precedents to sort of take from that things like, well, how big are those blocks? How tall are those buildings? Then we're going to look at reviewing the development scenarios that I mentioned a moment ago to understand kind of what the development potential is. And as I said, we'll have schemes that sort of say, well, if you have less development, what would you achieve? If you have more development, what would you achieve? And let's figure out where we want to go. This is also going to inform kind of the build-out scenario. In other words, you can put in place these regulations, but what's the kind of max cap that you're sort of saying, gosh, this is just getting to be way too much. And then we're gonna sort of, we're informing the implementation approach post form-based code. So we've talked about the parking lots, about the fact that there's an opportunity there. And so part of what we're doing is really focusing on developing the form-based code and the concept site plan, but we're also trying to sort of help you think through what are the kind of next steps that influence that, to make sure you don't make any decisions that sort of make it more difficult to do that in the future. So what do you think? Can we do all of that today?
We'll try.
All right. So, first for the site analysis, we're going to look at three key things. One is circulation and mobility, environmental features, and assets and issues. So when we look at the circulation and mobility, it was interesting, coming in this morning, right? You guys talk about the traffic and you have that one specific intersection that seems to be the problem. So what we're looking at here, I'm actually going to stand. Yeah. So here we have Greeley, here we have the train line and the parkway, and the first thing that we kind of notice is it's kind of difficult when you arrive to sort of figure out where you're going. You come in off of the highway coming from the south, and then you have to kind of make a left and you loop back around, but then you kind of come over the bridge and you're sort of landing in town. The one thing that's interesting is this new affordable housing building. They are taking an interesting approach, right, where your entry is actually going to be on the bridge, but that actually is going to change the character quite a bit. I'm not sure it's necessarily for the bad. I mean, it's actually interesting that you'll get a sense of arrival into town much sooner, right, because you're going to be kind of coming over and it's there rather than kind of waiting until you get over the top. But that does bring up a question in my mind of what does that mean for the other side, for the south side of that bridge? Does that tell us anything about that? Certainly we understand that this is a kind of a problem intersection here. There's a one-way coming off of here at King Street. And then I didn't realize this before we came here, that this is also one-way coming this way when you leave, right? And so from a circulation standpoint, we'll be looking at these things, but I actually think that it's a little problematic just because you're trying to kind of facilitate people getting in and out, especially if you're going to put additional development here. When you look at the orange lines, these are the kind of main roads. The gray streets that kind of come back, a lot of them sort of end because of the topography. They'll kind of end in a cul-de-sac or they won't go through. So there really is kind of limited kind of connectivity through here. So one of the things that certainly we'll be looking to try to do is kind of improve that connectivity in anything that we propose here. Let's see, do I have the 5 minute? I don't have it on this drawing, but we have it on this board over here. From the station, this is a 1/4 mile radius to this white line, and there's a 1/2 mile radius.
It's like a halo around your head, Tom.
Yeah. So,
Let me facilitate this a little bit.
sure. So the interesting thing here is that we typically look at a 1/4 mile as what people feel very comfortable walking. 10 minutes, if it's a nice walk to transit, people will do that easily. I know that Sabrina walks up this hill up here every day, right? Easily, piece of cake.
No problem.
No problem. So it feels farther than it is, right? And there are a couple of reasons for that. One is certainly for the hill, but the other is just simply there tends to be less activity. And when there's less activity, it just tends to feel farther. But what you see is that around the station itself, all of these parking lots are and most of downtown is easily within that 5-minute walk radius. So it's certainly something that's very comfortable. The environmental features, this is what came off of the GIS. You can see that there you have the stream that surrounds both sides of the diamond for the baseball field. When you look at that though, it is a significant impact. So as much as you kind of stand out there and you sort of say, oh, there's a lot of land here, when you actually get down to drawing things, it's sort of, you look at it and you say, well, it's actually kind of constrained in the amount of land. part of the reason it's constrained is actually because of the shapes of those pieces of land. So a triangle is not the most efficient shape, and then this area ends up being sort of a triangle as well, and this area has some kind of awkward angles. So it does make it a little more challenging to kind of place things in there. So when we look at this boundary, when I originally came here, one of my thoughts was, oh, do you move the baseball diamond somewhere else and then you kind of free that up? And the reason for that is because there is kind of a weak connection that goes from downtown to town hall, right? But when you actually look at the environmental buffers, you look at that lot, it becomes just a little piece of land, not a lot of room for additional kind of development there. So when we looked at the schemes, we sort of said that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to do that. Programmatically, it's actually used for a lot of other events as well, and so that's a great place for that. But maybe there's something else that we can do to kind of improve that. The other thing is to the north of this, facing the parking lot, and to the south of this, facing the parking lot, some of that land that's in a parking lot is actually within that buffer. So we'll have to sort of think about what we think about that. Meaning, because there's actually parking built in that buffer today, it may be that we're able to actually use that land for development up until where that paved edge is. So that's something that we'll sort of need to think about and explore. But by doing that, I think you do make it much, much more feasible to develop that land because it's already disturbed. If you were not able to do that, I think you would actually have a significant impact or a significant reduction in kind of the number of units that you could get. So there's some other areas to the west as well. Again, currently impacted by the parking and the asphalt, so it's disturbed land as well. We see something coming to the north. Not exactly sure why that's there because it looks like that stream is already in a pipe and underground. So the assumption there is you could kind of develop and build over that. And then of course there's some existing buildings that are over that as well.
If you touch the stream in any way, do you have to daylight it all, or if it is culverted, can we leave it culverted?
You can leave it typically, yeah.
If it's culverted?
Yep. Yeah, if it's already under there.
So do you know if that leg down to the lower left-hand corner is exposed or culverted?
Is it?
It's culverted?
Down to the left is culverted.
Yeah, okay.
Well, partially, it goes underneath the road, and then the parking lot, it's not, the line that's drawn is not necessarily the line that it represents, but it is culverted to the outside of the existing parking area.
So if we were to guesstimate how much of that blue area, which I'm assuming is the buffer, the 100-foot buffer around the stream, how much of that area do you think we really can touch and we really can't? Do you have an idea on that?
The photograph.
Greg, are you talking
right
all
here.
of it in general, or are you talking Greg?
Of the blue, because if some
No,
of
I
the blue is
understand.
culverted, we can
Right.
build on top
The
of it.
photograph shows,
Shows a stream.
this is all daylight here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, on the
Okay.
outside, yeah,
Yeah, it's still a stream.
yeah.
Okay.
But what you find is that within that buffer today, there's actually parking.
There's parking in the buffer.
Right. And so what we would be proposing is that because it's already disturbed, that it's okay to build up to that point, up to that point.
But it might also be an asset, for example, what we've seen down in Yonkers where they have daylighted part of the river. It actually, obviously it's constrained inside of a buffer, but if it's somehow changed and worked differently, it could actually be, it seems to me leveraged into an asset.
Yeah,
And then
definitely.
An amenity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Tom. Yep, correct.
Yeah, and that was the thought here about the ball field, and when you're here, when you drive across it, when you're driving down the road, it's like you don't even know that it's there. And so really trying to make something out of that more meaningful, I think is a big opportunity. Yeah. And really try to make it part of an open space network that people see. So some other assets and issues, we talked about some of these. The dashed blue line represents that buffer. You do have a lot of, we'll call them civic buildings, right? We have the library, we have town hall, we have the church, we have the school, we have the community center that's up here to the north, and then we have the firehouse that's up here on the top of the hill, and then of course the Greeley House. So And this train station. But what you find is that the majority of the kind of civic buildings really occur to the south, and all kind of in one place. So it's sort of creating this civic node. In addition to that, you have the gazebo, and you have the ball field, which is used for outdoor kind of public events and activities quite a bit. The other thing that you see is really when you look at the gray boxes represent the buildings, and so much less density. When you're out here, single family. When you're in town, you see much more continuous, consolidated sort of bit. But there's actually not a whole lot of that, right? Downtowns are made up of these kind of very continuous street faces. What you see for here are the big gray boxes, which is about the parking. And so there's that little bit on King of the two-sided street, but there are a lot of gaps is really what I'm saying, right? There's not a whole lot of sort of continuous fabric, what we call fabric. And that's really important in an urban streetscape. It's interesting, studies have been done where when people are walking down a street and there's retail on both sides, retail tends to feed on retail when it's all together and it does better. When you're walking down the street, if you come to a couple of store vacancies, even if there are more stores down beyond, people will actually stop and they'll turn around and they'll go back, right? So you're really looking for that intensity of activity, and that's something that we see here is that there are a lot of gaps. One of those I know the town tried to sort of address the triangle here, for example, to get a T, right? But what happens is that as you're walking down the street on the west side, suddenly you've got this gap. You've got to cross the street and there's a little green space and you've got to cross the street again, and there's just a big gap between these spaces. So if you're trying to sort of drive feet and to drive a sort of interest level, that's something that's kind of lacking right now, right? So that's something that I think we'll try to sort of help you address. When you go to the top of the hill, it's a kind of similar situation. You have a conventional suburban building with parking all around it. You see a couple of buildings here that are kind of on together on the street, but again, you get those big gaps. It's not very continuous. And then when you're going up the hill, you have a slope, a hill. I'll tell you that sometimes people say, oh, that would be a really not a great retail place. It could or it couldn't. There are actually some very famous streets that are very steep that are retail streets. And it really has to do with how lively and active and continuous is that experience as you go up that hill. So what we find here today right now are those little single family homes that have now been converted to businesses, which is fine. It just doesn't, if you imagine yourself coming from out of town and you're walking along here and you start to walk up the hill and you see single family houses with gaps, you sort of say, oh, is it worth my time to go up there? I don't know. So again, sort of that less intensity there. So the market scan, we're kind of in the process of doing that. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, Bruce will talk about what we've done in terms of looking at the market. Part of also what we're doing is looking at 4 other retail locations so that we can see what is positive about them, what's negative about them, and what can we learn about it's Mount Kisco, Armonk, Terrytown, and Pleasantville were chosen as the 4 to look at. We've been out there, we've done tours of all of them, and now we're looking at the information, making some follow-up calls to understand what has happened historically in each of these towns, because many of them have either gone through quite a bit of change, which is apparent, or others are going through change right now, where you can see construction going on. So we'll be comparing different factors for each of those communities with Chappaqua to try and understand what we can learn here and what we can apply, lessons learned from each of those, and how we can strengthen, as Eric is pointing out, from not just the physical standpoint of where retail would go, but also from a market standpoint of how to make that change happen.
And so, continuing on the market side, we're contacting some local businesses and developers and real estate people, getting an understanding of, first of all, following up on some of the surrounding communities and getting their people's opinions on what they think would work here and what would help make things thrive here, in addition to collecting information on market data, rental rates, land prices, operating expenses, cap rates, et cetera. So, you know, until we have kind of a collective, cohesive database, you know, we don't really have anything to report, but we're working on that.
We understand that Mount Kisco has just adopted a form-based code, what do you call it, an overlay. Have Terrytown, Pleasantville, or Armonk, have they adopted a form-based code at this point? Is that part of their success, or?
I don't think specifically a form-based code.
So we don't have anything to learn from any of these
We'll be
communities on this yet?
following up with all of them.
Right.
From, public sector officials to understand how they've gotten to where they are today.
Bob, do you know what codes that they adopted? Mount Kisco?
Mount Kisco just recently adopted,
just-
right? Within the past, what, 2 or 3 months?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does anybody know what, because they were talking about 4, maybe 5 stories?
I don't know, but I think we have a copy of it, right?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
on there.
that'd be good.
So they've just done it. I don't know what, Pleasantville's doing a lot of things. I'm not quite sure what they're doing in terms of form-based, if anything. And I have no idea what Terrytown and
I don't think either one of them are.
Okay.
Will you be looking at trends, like 5-year trends, and the vacancy, frequency, turnover for retail here and these retail in other
Yeah,
towns?
not necessarily 5 years, we're getting
Whatever.
a sense of, the trends and trying to understand the impacts of those trends. There's, you know, the local street work has definitely had a negative impact on revenues for shops and things like that. It's hard to understand how much, you know, that impact versus the impact of internet shopping and things like that. So we're trying to get a sense of those kinds of things, but you know, it's hard to kind of isolate any one thing. But we're also, you know, looking at what the impact might be of increasing population density and things like that.
Yeah, I'm just, I mean, obviously you'd throw out last year, that's an anomaly.
Right.
So that shouldn't count. But the trends that got us here, I don't know whether, I know there have been some vacancies, I don't know what the turn was, because I'm mostly on the other side of town. Folks who are here, probably the town board knows what those vacancy rates are and who's coming in and maybe why. And if that signifies a trend, I think we should know about it. Maybe it doesn't, but it ought to be looked into, I think.
We'll get that through interviews, and also, I believe it was 5 years ago, there were a couple of studies done of the retail, which will be helpful. We can look back at that and see what was happening then. But most of this will be gotten through interviews with people, just based on what people have to say, because there's been no data collected, or there's no real source of data over the last 5 years that we can tap into. So it'll be interview based.
Well, there are commercial real estate agents here.
Yeah, and so
They
we'll be
know.
talking to, exactly, that's who we're talking to.
And then our competition, we ran out against competition, not the right way to put it.
Right.
Our
Comrades and all.
Surrounding
comrades are
communities.
the big four, let's
Yes.
just call them the big four.
Right.
You know, maybe there's some information from them also.
And that's what we're getting as well, but all through interviews, which I think it's gonna be helpful, because we wanna understand the history of how they got to where they are.
Great.
Pleasantville, you can see there's a lot of construction going on. We haven't interviewed them yet, but we understand that a recent zoning change took place, which is what's allowing that construction. We saw 3 residential buildings
Right.
go up. Now Kisco was interesting, they're building 2 fairly large retail footprints, which is sort of unusual.
Yeah,
So
'cause
we
they-
wanna understand that,
Yeah.
so.
Very good.
And, you know, I continue to think that there needs to be a component of this analysis that takes into account what's going on at the Chappaqua crossing, and I know it's hard to know, so it's more forecasting than it is being able to reflect on what's happened there, but I think that absolutely needs to be a component of the piece that you're doing.
And to that point, Ivy, the consultant group has been given the HRA analysis and the AKRF analysis that were done purposefully in regards to the impact that Chappaqua Crossing was to have on downtown. So there were 3 different time periods that, 2 studies, 1 update and more recent revisitation to that market analysis. So they have that information and they'll verify that information, which does consider Chappaqua Crossing and what's going on there.
And what actually has happened since the study.
Right.
I'll give you a list of the stores that are coming and.
If you could do that, because a lot of it looks vacant, aside from the
there's
two
stuff
major
going on,
anchors.
yeah.
Okay, that would be very helpful.
Can we
Intentionally
get them the
I can
information?
tell everybody right now, just so you know.
Okay.
I mean, you see that they have obviously Whole Foods and Lifetime Fitness. Fidelity is open, I think. There's gonna be like a wellness center, which is owned by Northern Westchester. Those are actually both next to Whole Foods. You got a Starbucks coming. Then on the other side, which is the side that has most of the vacancies, you got a Chase Bank, you got a Rocks, which is a jewelry store, you got a Pet Value. You got most likely 2 restaurants coming. They're both gonna be like, white tablecloth type places, and then one is farm to table. You got a Verizon coming. You may have a Go Green dry cleaners if we allow that use. You got Compass is moving there, that's a real estate company. And that's pretty much it, there's not that much space left after that.
But Compass is leaving downtown.
Compass is moving downtown, yeah.
That's important to know.
And there's a point in the corner.
In a sense, that frees up a real
Yes, it does.
estate debt, right?
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
It's a great thing.
Exactly, and that was my
Okay.
thinking with the cleaner also, not that we need to talk about right now, but the cleaner, I mean, we have a lot of dry cleaners down here, God forbid if you have a little competition up there, and one of them decides to free
Is
up
it
the
one
space
from
here.
downtown?
No,
Oh,
but it's
okay.
basically still, wouldn't be the worst thing for it.
Maybe in connection with Chappaqua Crossing and downtown, perhaps we should give some information to the consultants about the possibility of the Chappaqua, the Chap Walk, the trail, and how the connectivity might, either pedestrian, bike, or otherwise might have an impact.
Is that planned?
Is that already
We're
been?
studying it.
Discussing now.
It's under study.
Okay.
We'll be doing a feasibility study and.
Did you send us that already, the location? Oh, okay.
General locations there.
Is it along the road? The walk bike along the road, or is
It's
that?
a
No, it's
multi-use,
through-
it's a multi-use trailway, which would be a separate trailway, which would run from the end of North Greeley Avenue up through, behind the school, up to Chappaqua Crossing. So,
Sort of parallels the area.
It would come out.
yeah,
it
it
Yeah, by
would be
Chestnut,
behind the
yeah.
condos.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's through, some of it's around the train tracks, some of it's in a woodsy area.
But
So
it's-
if you were to draw a line along North Greeley Avenue, keep going. Now, if you go all the way up there and you keep going up to Chappaqua Crossing behind the
Yeah,
school,
you can stop going.
There's not a lot of cross pedestrian shopping.
So how,
Right, that's what I was
The problem
thinking, there
is
isn't,
the
okay.
cost and the ability to-
Big
No
gaps
one's walking
between
back and
buildings.
forth.
no, I don't think so.
You talk about housing though on
No, you're
North
not
Greeley.
talking about
That thing is ever so.
Parallel to the sawmill, it's like,
Okay, yeah, so we have
Try to stay on this spot.
alright, everyone, hang on.
Another question, and actually just a point about Chappaqua Crossing and something to comp it to, so in Mount Kisco, for example, they have that Target shopping center, and I would kind of consider that like a Chappaqua Crossing kind of a thing because it's more commercial versus the downtown of Mount Kisco. In your analysis, when you meet folks and interview people, I know it's a lot of anecdotal stuff, but it would be super helpful if there was a way to aggregate the categories of whether it's retail, commercial, services, residential in each of the big 4 towns, to kind of get a sense of, okay, so 20% of their businesses are retail, 30% are residential. And when you meet with Pleasantville, especially in Pleasantville, because there's so much residential development happening, asking the retail because of these townhouses or condos that are being built, have you seen such a huge increase because of obviously foot traffic? I find that really helpful just to get a sense of where the numbers are.
Yes,
I think-
That would be great.
And keep in mind that
in
Chappaqua
percentages.
Yes.
Crossing is gonna have
Yeah.
residential
Okay.
Yeah,
there as well.
thanks.
There's gonna be, you can make it
square
units
footage.
Guys,
there,
can
so.
we have one conversation, please? It's really important.
So, I think that's an excellent point, and maybe there's another cut at the grain that you could do, which is the kind of retail we have here, because a dry cleaner is a particular kind of retail, it's like neighborhood service.
We'll look at services versus restaurants versus specific kinds of retail. we've gone through
Categorized.
each place and documented its areas compared to others.
Okay.
And percentages of vacancies or constant. It's like windshield surveys, that's what we do.
So just to point out one thing about residential, I think that bringing residential is absolutely the right thing to do. It helps to bring people there more hours of the day. It helps to kind of complete the framework. It makes it feel like it's someplace you want to go and you want to visit. But just to point out that from a rooftop perspective, like number of rooftops to support X number of retail is huge, right? It takes a lot of residences to support X number of square feet of retail. So what we propose here is certainly going to help, but it's certainly not going to be enough to drive, call it 20, 40 more retail businesses, right? It's just not enough, not enough people.
Is that a square footage standard, or you could say if you have so many thousands of square feet of residential, that supports this many square feet of commercial? Is that a...
Yeah, Patty, you might have something more sophisticated. We actually have, from a planning perspective, we have charts that have very broad, simple things that say, for example, it takes 10,000 people to support X use.
Okay.
I like that.
It's supermarket
Would we
charts,
be able
certainly.
to know what's the existing commercial retail here, and therefore even how many residential units you'd need to support that, the existing? Is that a math that can be done?
So there's one approach, which is there's a spending analysis. So it's not just people, it's how much they have to spend.
Okay.
And we weren't planning on doing that for this.
What about just square footage then?
Yeah.
How much?
Eric's
Yeah,
approach might be more logical in this
Yeah.
case, because when you start looking at a spending analysis, I mean, honestly, it's not within our scope.
This
And
And even then, it's not entirely as scientific as you would like it to be, because there are influences beyond the immediate area. I mean, are people here leaving to shop elsewhere?
Right.
Are there reasons other than what exists here that cause that? Are there people coming from outside the area to come and shop here? Is that happening for reasons other than just what's here? Or is it because of what's missing elsewhere? Is it because something that's so unique or demand generating, you know, whether it's events or things like that? So it's not always completely scientific.
Right. But you'd be able to give us at least the square footage of existing commercial / retail here.
Yeah, we can map that.
Did those numbers exist? Does the town have that?
Yeah, have to be taxable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and as Bruce was saying before, online shopping has basically
Yeah, sure.
destroyed traditional retail, so you
Yeah.
see different kinds of retail happening, and that's happening in all the 4 communities that we've looked at.
Right.
So it's everywhere.
Right. I don't think an analysis of spending capability is pertinent here, frankly.
We
I mean, it's
agree.
here, we have it, so
Yeah.
just assume it, so you have it, but why is it not being spent here? That's
And
the
where
question.
is it?
Capture it.
Right.
Yeah.
That
Exactly.
information was captured previously in both of the,
Yes, it was.
in both of the analyses and the update that was done, the spending amount. I think that Eric's point in, you know, how much residential you need to support a certain square footage of commercial, whether it be retail or restaurant, is the critical number that we'll all be considering, that he will bring out. Because as he's showing the developable area versus where the commercial nodes are, I think all that information is good to put in the back of your minds as the market analysis proceeds and we get to the next stage.
I think there's also something else that should be considered as you consider residential. I think the residential we're considering, which is right here, transit oriented, that's not the same kind of residential where people are here all the time. So these folks are gonna be in the city, they can pick up stuff down there, buy it there. So I think you need to factor that somehow into its quality of the residential, the nature of the residential, as well as just flat out square footage for residential.
Right, yeah.
It's gonna be very different, it seems to me, than traditional residential.
Yeah, and the quality of the retail too has a big impact on
Absolutely.
how much people use that. So I thought this question might come up. So I stuck this at the very end. So this is part of a much larger chart that just comes out of like time saver standards for, I don't remember which one this book is, but for a corner store, right, you need 500 people to support a corner store. 2,000 people for a convenience grocery, that's, you know, the really small ones. For, you know, a snack bar, 3,000 people. For a single-purpose store, 10,000 people. Supermarket, 10,000 people, right? So you need a lot of people to support retail, right? And so you need a lot of residential.
So, is the takeaway here that we need to be careful about building retail, because we may be building vacancies?
Yeah, so I think, again, it's not a simple equation, right? It has to do with, are you creating a destination for people to come to that they want to come to, versus just the kind of convenience sort of thing that happens every day? Because there's a difference between just providing retail and providing a destination, and a place where people have events and, you know, they come there for different reasons, not just retail.
That's what you shared with us a few months back.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the you know, you've heard of lifestyle centers, right? And so the model there is to say, if all we're doing is providing space, right, you're gonna get X number of people. But if you instead provide a place for the community to come to and gather and do other things, then you're gonna drive foot traffic and increase the number of sales that you get as a result of that. Let me just...
So while you're getting to your next slide, do you know the story of the Inner Harbor in Baltimore, and Jim Rouse, the mayor actually started by convincing the neighborhoods to do the Italian community, the Polish community, there are lots of them in Baltimore, so instead of having their street fairs in their neighborhoods, to come down to the Inner Harbor, and he would provide police and all those services. And what happened was that people began to realize that there was a place down there. I mean, it's kind of ratty, and because he created this destination in their mind, then it became the time to come in and do the Inner Harbor, and Jim Rouse came and built it, and that's a success story. So I think it's, like you say, find a way to build a destination. It's like the movie They Will Come.
Yeah, right. Did you have other?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be careful, because we have, when you go to the other communities, you can see how much smaller Chappaqua is. Our monk is small, right? And it's very lively, so.
It's also flat there.
Well, and it's really, you know, it's very confined, right?
Very tight.
So that's one of the things we want to really focus on, is what can make this a destination, even with the size that we have to work with.
Well, to that, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, please.
No, I'm done.
To that end, you were saying, well, you know, we wouldn't want to change the baseball field, the rec field, because it's not that much space, and you know, it's used for many purposes. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that it has to be done or should be done, but just reformatting it into something different, because the rec field, while it certainly is a destination for limited purposes, most of the time it's just a rec field, it's just a baseball field, as opposed to a park where people could come and sit and, you know, walk in a circle around it, have something there that's more usable on a daily basis. You know, so while I don't disagree that it should stay in terms of that open space in some capacity, maybe moving it somewhere is something to think about. Because it can be that much more usable as a destination that draws foot traffic.
Yeah, so if you could hold that thought for a little bit, we're gonna get to the open space section, and we'll kind of talk about some of those thoughts and strategies and ideas. Okay, so character analysis. Let's sort of understand, when we came in, when the RFP was issued, the word bucolic was used, which I like that word. But it is a word, right? And so you need to sort of define, well, what is bucolic? Is 3 stories bucolic? Is 4 stories bucolic? Is 5 stories bucolic? How much open space is bucolic? So one of the things that we certainly need to do is sort of start to understand much more specifically what those things are and what that means. So I just bought that little history book on Chappaqua. I haven't read it yet because I just got it this weekend. But we did go and start to look at some of this, and we have a meeting scheduled this afternoon with the Historic Society, which will be good. It is interesting to note, you have the Greeley House, which is kind of this colonial structure, not kind of, it is. One of the things that I saw was that it said that there's actually a designation for several buildings of the Quaker buildings, and I couldn't find anything online that showed Where are those? What's that boundary? So we'll find out this afternoon. But that's something that we need to sort of take into consideration as we go through this. Love this postcard. Does everybody know where this is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is King Street and this is Greeley. What's interesting about it is something that we've actually found when we go into some older hamlets and downtowns. You come in and you sort of see one-story buildings or two-story buildings. You actually go to historic photographs and the buildings were actually taller historically. And they were actually torn down and then rebuilt with something smaller, which I find fascinating in kind of the history of the place. So when you look here at this intersection, you see it was a three-story building. Today it's a one-story building, right? This was a three-story building. This was a kind of a tall two-story building. And so what that does is it creates kind of that traditional Main Street kind of urban kind of community and kind of feel. And so it's interesting that when you go somewhere, you sort of say to yourself, oh, this is what it is, this is what it's been. Not necessarily, right? When this was here, I'm sure this was very charming, right? So this one is the Chappaqua Mountain Institute, which is no longer there. It was torn down.
Burned down.
It burned down, okay. But what's interesting is that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, kind of 5, 4.5 kind of story building. A little different setting in that it's kind of in an open space, so it's a different character. And then you have a kind of mix of some other buildings, the train station itself. One of the things I just learned, which we'll talk about a little bit more later, was that this land was dedicated, I think it was by his daughter, is that right? Yeah. In exchange for maintaining this park out in front of it. So that's interesting. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. But what you find is kind of a rich history of architectural character and a downtown, which was more, I'll say more cohesive in terms of its intensity. So these are the things that we're going to kind of look at, but I think it's a great starting point for understanding what Chappaqua was and what it is today. If we step back a little bit further, outside of just Chappaqua, right, we look at the lower Hudson River Valley, has a rich architectural history. You find a lot of different architectural styles. So I think predominantly is a lot of colonial and colonial revival and neoclassical. You also find Tudor, Italianate. There tends to be a lot of Italianate. We tend to break this up into vernacular and high style. Meaning vernacular was kind of simpler, without a lot of detail, less money. And then high style was kind of like go over the top, right? It has a lot more detail to it and trim and all that. But it's a real mix. You find a real mix of the two. So Gothic revival, there's some of that. Collegiate Gothic, Carpenter Gothic, Greek revival, Victorian in the Queen Anne style, also shingle folk, Beaux-Arts. And I have to look at this one. It's kind of an Adirondack / craftsman. There is a little bit of that. And so I think that's a very, very nice style. But I think that what you look at in kind of just the lower Hudson River Valley is that there is quite a bit of diversity. And yet it's the kind of thing that you go around and it's the thing that people look at and they say, yeah, I've seen that before. It seems like it's a part of this place and what this is about. So I think that respecting that history is important and sort of understanding what that is important.
I'd like to ask just for a second because it looks as though there's one thing missing, which would be called today modernist style.
Yep.
Is that because it's actually missing, or you don't consider that to be something that could be one of the models we use?
I do have a slide that shows some modern in a second, but yeah, when you look at the modern, how would I say this? There's a lot of modern that's not really modern. In other words, it's not great modern.
Well, there's a lot of this which isn't great too.
There's a lot of them, right? So this is really important. So when we're talking about these things here, we're talking about the things that are really great. In other words, they're authentic, right? They were actually built historically in that style. You then have more contemporary kind of call it interpretations that didn't really understand the proportions, the massing, the detailing, the fenestration of the windows, and you kind of look at it and you squint and you kind of say, well, it's kind of that, and actually let's go to that. So when we look at
thing in our town.
So when you go to that, we have this building right on King Street, which is interesting because it's actually it has kind of a 4-story presence on one side, we call it like 3.5 stories. But it is Tudor revival. Oftentimes you use the term revival because it was not something that was actually built in the era originally, but it's sort of come back and there's an interpretation of it. Tends to typically be a little better than some looser interpretations. But you have kind of, this one is an interesting building. We'll have to look at these in a little more detail. You look at it and you say, well, it has elements of Italianate, but also Art Deco, kind of combined in one building. This is kind of colonially and classically inspired. So what I mean by that is that you look at it.
Inspired is code.
No, it's, you look at it and you clearly say, well, obviously it's trying to be colonial, right? But it's lacking in the kind of specific details and proportions. For example, things like the amount of siding between the windows here, right? It's just not what you would typically find. Why is that important? Just because it's not consistent with historical style? Partly, but partly those principles developed over time because it simply resulted in better architecture. And that's important for why, some of the things that when people go to a downtown and they say, oh, you've got to go there, it's really charming. Most of those people don't know the details of that, right? They don't know that really there should be a 3rd window and 3 bays. It doesn't mean anything to them, right? But they intuitively, instinctively just know this feels really cool. And they're not sure why, right? But it's those principles in architecture that make a difference in terms of the detailing of the buildings. But that's kind of what you find here. This one kind of struggled. I'd say it's kind of classically inspired, right? That was the kind of intent. So existing on the hill, on the hill there's actually some very kind of nice buildings, right? This is a beautiful building. These are nice buildings. They have a stone base to them, and then they have siding, clapboard siding, and they have porches, which I think make them very charming. This building is not really a particular style, but I think what it does have is brick, masonry, some gables and some interest. One of the things that's interesting about retail, when you think about styles, right, we talk about, like, let's say classical architecture. Classical architecture is beautiful. It's not necessarily the best retail style, right, because in retail you're actually looking for variety, and energy and interest. So you wouldn't want to have like just one simple style that goes down the whole street and it's just boring, right? So you kind of have to have a level of interest. These are kind of colonial inspired, and these are colonial inspired. Some nice elements like the big glass and the windows make a big difference. But that's kind of the character up when you go up the hill. There's a lot of siding. There's not a lot of masonry, not a lot of brick. When you're down in town, I think you find a similar kind of thing. There is some masonry, but it is a lot of sort of clapboard siding, a little bit of stucco. And I think that's also part of what defines the character of an area. When you go to an area, it may be a very traditional area, but some places are more brick, some places are more stone, some places are more siding. And so I think when you kind of look at the history of Chappaqua and you look at what do you want to promote in Chappaqua, those are some of the questions we have to ask ourselves. Should it really be, are we really shooting for something that becomes an all brick place, or are we shooting to kind of preserve that kind of cute clapboard siding kind of scale and kinds of elements? At the hilltop, it's kind of a vernacular Italianate inspired. It's not really a particular style, and you have kind of colonial revival inspired. So certainly I think what you see is even with the newer buildings is that they are hearkening back to kind of the traditional styles. Right? Does that make sense? Does that seem like a fair estimation? And I think, so when I hear the word bucolic, right, that's part of what I'm kind of thinking that you're kind of grasping and attaching to, is that it is pretty much in the kind of traditional vein, right? It's not all kind of glossy modern or that kind of a thing. Would that be fair?
I'm not sure that in the conversations we had, and there were many conversations about this particular word, one of the reasons actually we like it is it can mean anything you want it to mean. It's safe. But I don't remember a conversation we had that talked about architecture in
Okay.
using that term.
Yeah.
To define architecture as more the natural environment that we live in here, that people value so much, like living in the forest is what essentially we do here.
Okay.
I think that's what.
I think it's more
More
outside the
landscape.
hamlets themselves, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
outside
And
the
outside the
hamlets, not
hamlets.
in the.
Yes,
well
yes, but I
said.
do think that there'll be plenty of people, if they hear 4 and 5 story buildings, whether fair or not, even though you just showed us something that is the equivalent of 4 stories, that bucolic view is going to be soured.
Right.
There's gonna be a lot of fear.
Right.
Just using that term
Yeah.
5 story.
Right, exactly, that's not architecture, that's scale.
4 story, right, it's not architecture per se.
But a scale, yeah, and.
Well, but I
that-
think also if we decided everything should be ripped down and be glass modern boxes, we would also get a lot of pushback from residents who I think are thinking, even if there wasn't a specific discussion about architecture, I think they're thinking they want more the traditional
I
look
agree.
of what it used to
I
be.
think that was assumed.
Yeah.
It's
I think you're
also,
correct.
it's also the timing, so when there's development going outside the hamlets, then everybody wants it to stay bucolic. And then they say the development should be in the downtown. Then when there's development going on in downtown, everybody says it's charming, and it should stay like that, and maybe the word bucolic is used too. So a lot of these things are also tossed around when there's specific projects in mind, and people are just trying to, don't want change, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
That's a very big thing we deal with in this town. It's incredible the resistance to change. And so some of those words are thrown out in that context.
Yeah.
But I think to some extent you can defend change if we start at the other end, which is what's financially feasible, what type of town are we gonna have, what kind of square footage do we need, what are we trying to incent?
Yep.
And then once we derive that, we have a justification of saying, well, we need this kind of architecture because that's what fits,
Yeah.
right? Or we can dress it up, right? You'll dress up it any way you want. But we can start from, that's the last conversation we should have is, what does the physical surface look like and what kind of moldings we have? If we start at the other end, which is what do we need, what do we want this to become, then we can figure out, all right, we need 12-foot ceilings because we want big high restaurants where kids party all night or adults go and have a great time, or do we need kind of quaint little places like Le Jardin du Roi where we can come have a quiet meal? When we start figuring that out, then I think that'll drive the discussion. And the last thing is, how do we make it look? What do we want that envelope and that streetscape to look like? We can do that with pretty much anything, right?
Yeah, I think that you have to kind of look at them together, right? Because I'll show you in a few slides, right? 5-story buildings. And you'll look at one of them and you'll say, no way, no how would that be acceptable? And you'll look at another one and you'll say,
Right.
that might be acceptable.
But that's my point, is you
Yeah.
can make 2 5-story buildings architecturally completely different.
Yeah.
Right, but they're both 5-story buildings.
Right, so I think for a general community, oftentimes we go to community, we like to use images, right? Because if you say 4 stories, people have an image in their head, right? As opposed to, well, is it this kind of 4 stories or is it this kind of 4 stories? And that very much helps people to visualize, A, what it could be, but when you talk about a code, it helps you understand, well, what do you need to write in there to make sure that you get this and not this?
But it's also, you have to compare apples to apples, meaning, it's one thing if it's Armonk and it's flat, it's another thing if we're in a valley and there's 5-story buildings or whatever it may be on both sides, because then it becomes like you're in a little bit of a tunnel.
Right, like
Yeah.
those
Canyon.
buildings look higher
So-
than 3 stories because
right.
they're on a hill and elevated from the street to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, this is
Yeah.
almost like 1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
right.
4, and it feels like 5.
Right.
But
Yeah.
as we discussed last time when we walked around the community, maybe, you can do 4 stories here, but maybe not here.
Yeah.
You can do 2 stories there, but maybe it's better for people.
Absolutely.
Aesthetic is
So
always-
we're gonna come back to that specifically in detail in a little bit. But then we look at the civic architecture, and so that's where the modern comes in. So when we look at the civic architecture, we have kind of the colonial inspired, we have the community center, which is Gothic, we have this kind of Adirondack craftsman, we have a kind of a collegiate Gothic. It's interesting because it's actually a very clean, simple kind of collegiate Gothic. It's very nice. And then you have the kind of modern buildings, which are the library and the building that we're in right now.
I would.
Modern or ugly?
Which is
The term I was trying to use was modernist, which actually is a historic period of time. And I call these more contemporary architecture. And when you use the term contemporary architecture, it invites in a whole lot of things which maybe aren't well considered in terms of their design.
Yeah.
Right? And the building on the right would be an example of that, I think.
Yeah. So it's interesting, we had started to have this conversation last time. So it's much easier to regulate traditional architectural styles because there's so much that's already been codified. There are books, and you can sit here and say, look at this, right? This is what's kind of correct in that style. When you look at contemporary architecture, it's much more difficult to do. We do it. What we do is we actually promote principle-based contemporary architecture, meaning it follows many of the principles of classical architecture or traditional architecture, but it's much more contemporary in terms of its choice of materials and window details and things like that. But it has that proportion and human scale.
It's actually stylistically neutral because you can do anything, right?
Yeah, right.
Contemporary architecture.
Right.
So,
But it's hard. That's
yes,
what I would say.
Very hard.
It's very hard.
To do well, very hard.
It is. And it's also hard for another reason. So when you go out and you do a traditional building, all the industry is set up to provide you with those materials, the details, the trim, etc. It's out there, right? When you do a contemporary building, it's not. You don't go to Home Depot and go pick up some specific kind of thing, right? And so the detailing becomes very challenging and it becomes more expensive.
I guess I'd say it's not hard to do, but it's hard to get somebody to do it.
Yes, it's hard to get the...
Hard to get the talent pool to actually do it.
Right, or to get the particular materials, because you have to make the material, make the details, make the materials. Yeah. So things to consider when we think about that. So now we're going to take a look at some community precedents. So when we were here last time, some people threw out some different names, right, for Patty. She was getting her list together, and I was listening for my own purposes. And so I picked out Greenwich, Connecticut as one of them. It's a bigger scale and size, but I think there are things that we can learn from that. The second one is Forest Hills in New York. Has everybody been to Forest Hills? I don't know. I love Forest Hills. It's such a good design. It really is. It was done by a developer, not a developer. It's actually it's a nonprofit group. But basically, doing the planning and the architecture together at the same time. What's interesting about it, well, I'll talk about that when I get to it. So there's West Hartford, Connecticut. Somebody mentioned Blueback Square, and so I thought that was a good one to kind of take a look at. And I think that that's what we're looking at here are two that are older, historic or semi-historic, and then two that are kind of newer where people are coming in and filling in. So at West Hartford, it's not a train station. Orenco Station in Oregon is a train station, but we kind of look at how those things are different and the things that we learn from those. So this is Greenwich, Connecticut. The orange is the train line, the blue is the train station, the light blue, this blue is the main street with all the shopping on it, and the gray lines are the streets that kind of surround that. So a couple of things that you look at when you that you kind of realize here is that it has a grid. Most traditional places do, and that's something certainly that we'll promote. But it's an irregular grid, right? It's not an orthogonal kind of you just laid it out and you're done. It connects through, but it kind of offsets. It bends. And the streets actually bend. That's really, really important. You may not think so, but as a pedestrian, when you're walking down the street, if it just goes forever and it's straight, it's not necessarily bad, but it's not picturesque. So what happens is that when a street actually bends, it actually shortens your view, and you actually have something to look at. And that makes it more interesting for a pedestrian as you're kind of going through. The second is that I did talk about the curved and deflected streets. It has both through and terminating streets, meaning this street continues to go all the way through. This one starts and stops in a very short kind of distance. That makes it feel much more intimate in scale. You have 470 to 800 foot long blocks. So this is important because oftentimes we hear people sort of reference, let's say, Portland, Oregon, and they say, oh, you need to have small blocks, 300 by 300, it's very pedestrian, it's very cute. It's challenging though in contemporary development where you're trying to sort of accommodate parking. it's very difficult to do in a 300 by 300 foot block unless you A, don't have parking because nobody has cars and everybody just lives downtown. Or B, there's a central garage somewhere and that's a big block, and then there are small blocks. But I think what this shows is that even in sort of traditional neighborhoods, there are places that had blocks that are in the kind of 470 to 800 foot long blocks, and that they still feel comfortable. It's really about the scale and what's happening on the street. We find in kind of lifestyle centers or new developments like that, that typically we're trying to stay in blocks that are somewhere around 600 to 750, 800 feet, no longer than that. Although here you do find that there's actually a very large block. This one is about 1,300 feet if you measured from here to here. But it is kind of broken up with kind of parking and the ball field and green and that kind of thing. The buildings are typically 1 to 7 stories. If I asked you, if you hadn't seen this, and I asked you how tall are the buildings here in Greenwich, Connecticut, what would people have said? 3? 3. There's 4. Okay, so there's a lot of 3 for sure. But if we look at this, it's a little hard to read here. But this is the train station right here. This is the main street here. This is where the Ralph Lauren is somewhere along here. So I just took a section of it because it's actually it's a pretty long street for a commercial main street. But this building right here is 4 stories. You have a section here, a block, that's primarily 3 stories. Then you get a 4-story building, you get 3-story building. These office buildings are 4. These office buildings are 3 stories. That's a 5-story building that sits back here. Just off the page, I didn't quite capture it, but there's a 7-story building that sits over there. So what you find is that it's really made up of a mix of building heights. Here in Greenwich, it's actually kind of, there's not a strategy that says, oh, the 5s are here and the 3s are over here. It's kind of mixed. And I think that when your perception is that it's 3 stories, I heard over here and someone else said 3 stories, part of that perception comes from the fact that that's kind of the predominant height. Right, so it's like you walk 3 stories, 4 stories, 3 stories, 4 stories, 3 stories, but the majority are 3, right? So if this were all 4 stories or all 5 stories, it would have a very different feel to it. It's the fact that there's kind of a mix that makes it feel, not too intense in terms of building height.
And right now, the town is studying what to do about Greenwich Avenue. To bring residential onto the street, maybe change the direction of the one-way street, how to deal with the angled parking, utility. So they're in a similar study that's kind of going on here too.
Okay.
One of the things that's interesting about this slide is that this is a town that didn't tear down their main street and rebuild one-story buildings.
Yeah.
As a consequence, the infrastructure of the buildings themselves are now available for tenancies that are, I imagine that the upper floor tenancies are occupied as well. Here.
Some. Yeah, the other thing that you find is that the main street is the one that's kind of limited to the 3 and 4. You get the 7 that's kind of off of Main Street in the back. You get this 5-story building again that's kind of off of the main street. So your perception of your scale is kind of lower, and then it occasionally goes up as you go away from that. So here's some photos of that. Again, there's a specific block that's particularly 3 stories. One of the things that I think makes this very rich and nice is that when you say that it's 3 stories, it's not all exactly the same 3 stories. Right? It actually varies a little bit. Some of them have taller floors and shorter floors, and you get that variety, and that's part of what adds richness to this. This is a photograph of the 4-story building. In this particular case, you look at the 4-story and you say, it's not a bad building. It feels like a nice scale to it. And I think that has to do with the architecture, the way that it's designed. A lot of classical buildings have a base to them, like you see here in one material. Then you get 3 stories, and then you get a cornice at the top. So it's articulated in a way that breaks it down into kind of a human scale. If you were to have just a one color material, it would just feel bigger. So, this is an example of the 3 stories. Again, some of these are very tall 3 stories. Typically on a retail space, you really want to have something that's like a 16-foot on the first floor. That's certainly for retail reasons, 16, 18, 20, for how the retail space functions, but when you go to older historic classical buildings, that's actually how they were built also. They were typically taller floors on the first floor.
I point out that the brick building at the corner is a new building.
Yep.
Right?
Uh-huh.
You know, also with the, I don't mean to throw a wrench into this, but when you also talk about the heights of the building, we have an issue with parking.
Yeah.
So some of these buildings are gonna need, I mean, you're looking at these beautiful, let's say it's a building that's 4-story, looks 3, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Some of these buildings may actually have the parking underneath it, which actually could change the, you know, it certainly change the appearance of it, but also has to be factored in.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, these towns right here, you don't see any buildings with parking underneath it. Maybe you don't have a parking problem, we're gonna have a parking problem, especially if we talk about North Greeley.
Yeah.
And where you gonna put these cars?
Yep, we're gonna talk about that in detail, but so let me try to go here. So one of the things that you find in Greenwich is that it's great that they were able to preserve this. They get a lot of parking, not a lot, they get a bunch of parking from all the angle parking that's out front. But if you look at a plan, you actually see that there are a lot of lots, all kind of surface lots weaved in kind of everywhere. And so if you've gone here to try to sort of get lunch or something, it's not that easy to find parking for where you're going.
At least the wayfinding's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they also have a lot of office and business, I mean, the hedge fund
They do.
business just fill that place up.
Yeah.
So people just walk in to get lunch, it's crowded.
And the biggest complaint they have is that the employees fill up the angled parking on the
Yeah.
street and they pump the meter all day long.
That's why all the office buildings have their own separate parking, but people just
Yeah.
go, just walk
Right.
for lunch.
So this is interesting, this is the 4-story building immediately next to a 2-story building and then a 3-story building. It's a little jarring in my mind, but you know, if this building has kind of, it seems like it has shorter floor to floors, but if it were a little taller floor to floors, I think it would be better. I think this building, could have been designed a little better to kind of better relate to the existing buildings. So Forest Hills, it's a fantastic neighborhood. It's really, it's like Alice in Wonderland though, when you come under that tunnel, right? You come out into Queens and then you kind of go back and you say, gosh, what happened here? You know, this place is so wonderful. And this place is, you know, it's intense. So, it also has an irregular grid. So it's definitely a grid, but you see that, you know, these were kind of angled streets. This is the train station with the drop off. This is where you find the taller buildings along, in the core and along the train line. It has curved and deflecting streets. It has streets that go through and some that terminate. The blocks are about 400 to 650 feet long, which is interesting. 650 feet is typically what you find in traditional neighborhoods, was kind of about the max on a residential street. And it feels comfortable enough. Once you start getting beyond that, it really starts to feel long. And then the buildings are 2 stories to 6.5 stories. So the majority, it's like when you get away from the train station, that's what's low. They actually follow a specific strategy here, meaning that along the train line is where you get the tall buildings. And right at the core is where you get the tall buildings. It then drops to kind of 3, 2.5, and then you get into the single families where you're really at kind of the 2, 1.5 stories. So it is a very specific strategy about where you put tall buildings.
It's the transect.
Yeah. And so here's that image. This is the drop off. This is where there's a little bit, you know, there isn't a whole lot of retail here, but where there is a little bit of retail, restaurant, that happens here. So in this space, it's 3.5 and 8 stories. 8 is really kind of the towers, but this really is kind of 3.5, call it 4, you know, it's a very tall roof, so it really does have kind of a 4-story presence to it. But then you have the multifamily buildings, which are 5.5 stories, 6.5 stories, some 2.5, and some 5 story. So if we look at those images here, there's that really 3.5, but a 4-story presence with a little bit of the tall. This one is a 5, call it, you know, almost a 6-story building. But for a 6-story building, it feels very comfortable in its scale. Part of that is also the Tudor style. It actually gives you a lot of ability to kind of articulate and make things interesting. This is a much simpler building, but it is 5 stories. But part of what it does is it breaks it up, like you see the gap here, and there's another gap here in the roof, and it helps to kind of break that up. What's also interesting is that you get these buildings that are like 5 stories, and then they simply drop down right away, and you go into a 2.5-story building right next door to it. This is a kind of a 2.5-story townhouse sort of street. So how many people here think that this feels comfortable? Okay. So then we go to West Hartford, Connecticut. So West Hartford, Connecticut, it has its older part, and then it has Blueback Square, which was built, which was new. I think it's a good example because it shows kind of an infill where you've kind of got the more traditional older scale, and then you're kind of coming back in and you're doing a bigger kind of project with structured parking and how that kind of works in there. It's a little unique, right, because it has its own specific character about older buildings that were there and streets that were there. It is a semi-regular grid. There are some curved and deflecting streets. It's primarily through streets versus streets that are stopping and starting. The blocks are 300 to 925 foot long, and the buildings range from 1 to 5 stories. So let me just go back here. So the newer portion is really over in here. This is the older portion. So it's really kind of, I'll say it sort of follows a model of kind of integrating the lifestyle center into a place. But what you find here is you find a lot more parking, right? Parking structures. So this is a 5-story parking structure over here. This is a 4-story parking structure over here. But building-wise, you have a 3-story building. You have a 4-story building. You have a 5-story building, which is a residential building. And so you get a real kind of mix in terms of those buildings there. So when we look at West Hartford, this is one of the older streets. It's 2 and sometimes, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4, I think it might be 3. 3-story, 2 and 3-story. There's another kind of street that has angled parking on it. This is interesting because it's 4 stories. When you look at the previous slide, for Forest Hills, right, we had the 5 and 6 stories that felt very comfortable. How many people would be okay with this building being here in Chappaqua? No hands. Okay. So it's shorter than the other buildings, right? But what happens is it's very monotonous, right? There's no variation in the roof line. It's all the same window detailing, everything. It just kind of goes forever. So it's not necessarily about the height, right? It's about the character. These are in the newer portions. This is a 3-story building down in the kind of the center where there's a kind of outdoor space, a little plaza and dining area. And then you come over to this area and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories. It's a 5-story residential building. I think this does this pretty well in that it could have been 5 stories of this, right? Or it could be 5 stories of this, which is more articulated, smaller scale, it's broken up. It had a strategy of sort of saying, you're trying to break it up to make it feel like smaller pieces and more human scaled. So how many people would be comfortable with this in Chappaqua? Good. So then we go to Orenco Station. This is in Oregon. This is a train station. This was a new development. Different than the other plans in that it's actually very kind of orthogonal. There actually aren't a whole lot of through streets because they come into kind of private parking spaces and things like that, but all the buildings are arranged very orthogonally as you go through. The blocks are 350 to 860 feet, and the buildings range from 2 stories to 6 stories. Somewhat like the taller buildings are here at the station, and then they get lower as you kind of go away from the station, right? So a very specific kind of strategy there. And this is Orenco Station. So this is something that was built very much and kind of think about it as national builder, big scale, you're building lots of stuff at the same time, that kind of thing. So this is a little 1-story piece, I think that was left over from before. This is a 6-story building. As you go away from the tracks, this becomes a 3-story building, 6-story building right here at the station, a 6-story building here. I believe this building actually has retail and that has a level of parking and that has more residential on top of that. So that's kind of how they address some of their parking. Then you go to a 4-story, and then these are kind of almost really suburban kind of 2-story buildings. They're not really urban in character. But you see that they're very much more they're actually not super long buildings, but again, it's kind of the same detailing. So zooming in here, this is one of the 6-story buildings. It's also more contemporary in its kind of style. And it is a little more kind of monolithic in terms of its kind of detailing. Not that it didn't try to kind of break it into 3 pieces, but then here's kind of another building that's 4 stories. It kind of does kind of break it down, but it really treats it as one single building using the same kind of details and massing, etc. This one is a 3-story building, and this one is a 3-story multifamily building. So what do we think about these?
I've actually been here.
Okay,
And
great.
this is really actually very unlovely. Experiencing it in person, it's really
Wait, what
not
was the
nice
word
at
you used?
all.
Unlovely?
Yeah, it's not nice. It's not nice. I don't like it. It looks.
It's not bucolic.
It's not at all bucolic. I mean, the fact that you have these large buildings, even with the attempt at differentiation, and the colors are terrible. I mean, it's really not nice at all. I have strong feelings about this. Actually, I Googled it on my phone just to make sure it was where I'd been before.
Okay.
But it's also it's in Hillsboro, Oregon, which is also a like hideous suburb that we would never want to become because it's really a place where they have a lot of big box stores.
Yeah.
I have strong feelings.
But I have a
guess you're not
question.
going back.
I'm not well.
Where would we put this? So Chappaqua we have all different pieces of property.
Yep.
There's not a big piece of property where we can build this, unless a developer buys 6 or 7 pieces of property.
We'll show you that. In the parking lots.
In the parking lots.
Yep. That's really the only place, right, where you could get a kind of more sizable
here.
kind of thing.
Well, you had suggested, I think we were discussing last week, or whatever it was, about neighboring with another property owner to.
Yeah, well, that's what I say, if you start with what you need, and then you figure out how to get there, it may require building owners to get together and be incented by the town to say, either we'll trade for other retail down by the train station, so you can put residential here. Well, you have to make deals, right, to get enough square footage.
Right.
Well, we can't put anything like that, because Oregon has infinite space, but to put something that's meaningful, that'll be successful financially, architecturally in the place. It's gonna work, I think it's gonna work the other way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and so when we see the plans, you'll see that there are a couple places where you could get things of this scale, right? But again, we can compare Forest Hills and here, they actually both have things of similar scale, or even Forest Hills has even taller stuff, right? I suspected that you wouldn't like this. So.
I would make a point though, I think this is also informative in terms of the form-based code.
Yep.
And saying, all right, even if you have 6 or 7 adjacent property owners, all do their same thing, and if they all build new, we presumably want to avoid that flat line outcome. So how do we accomplish in the form-based code the variation I think we're all going to say we would prefer,
Right.
Presuming that separate owners are doing all these things.
Right.
And look at design standards, I guess, we're doing design standards too, so.
Yeah.
With the design standards, I'd imagine they would.
Right.
Yeah, so, and I think you can do that, it's not easy, I'll
Yeah.
say that, it is challenging. But we'll get to some slides that talk about that. Okay, so I think we have a sense there, we'll sort of recap at the end. But now we're gonna jump over to the public realm. So one of the things that we talked about previously in a form-based code that's different from just simply writing a zoning code, especially if you own land, right? You have a lot more say on what it is that you're gonna get. So one of the opportunities there is really about creating new open space, a gathering place, kind of a destination, which with the goals here, which are to bring more residential, bring more foot traffic, and make it more of a destination, that is one of the key elements that you could do and that you have control over, especially if you own the land yourself, right? You can sort of say, yeah, we would like this. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna talk about the existing elements, the existing programming today, and then we're gonna look at some precedents for other communities. So when we look at the open space today, there's a little park space up here to the north. Is that a public park space? Okay, so that's a little public park space here. You have the triangle, which is really within the state highway right-of-way, right? But it is green space. Probably doesn't get used by pedestrians much, right? Then as you move to the south, you have is this a name, by the way?
Memorial Plaza, Memorial Plaza?
Memorial Plaza, okay. We have Memorial Plaza, which is a nice little half circle, but it's also just sits in the middle of a parking lot, right? It sits in a lot of asphalt and there's traffic that goes around it, but I do know that you have events there. I think in Memorial Day, you have
Farmers market.
Farmers market, things like that. But by the way, how big is that farmers market? How much land does it actually take up?
Takes up like that whole circle around
So the
Memorial
asphalt
Park.
plus the park, got it.
Yeah.
They use the green space, but then the booths itself for the farmers market take up that whole circle,
Okay.
or semi-circle, yeah.
It's pretty vibrant.
So then you have the school with its play fields. I'd like you to tell me, I'm assuming that they probably really don't get used much by the community, they're really for use by the school. And I don't know what the laws are in New York. I know in some other states, people are actually not allowed to use the school fields. I don't know if that's the case here.
Yeah, not here.
Not here?
They get used by the community on the weekend
Weekends, yeah.
Okay.
for, you know,
Overnights.
soccer games,
Soccer and-
little soccer,
Yeah.
baseball, things like that.
We have an agreement with the school to use their fields.
Okay.
And they are building a walking track around that field
Yep.
Okay.
that used to be there 50 years ago, but they're replacing it.
Okay. It is funny how many good ideas there were, and then we got rid of them, and then we try to go back.
Yeah, right.
Right. So then the ball field, that was another thing that we learned, that one of the reasons this ball field was important is because it's the only lit field, right? So these fields on the school, I understand, are not lit.
It's the only lit town field.
I'm sorry.
There's a school lit field up at the high school.
Okay.
So,
And then you have the stream itself, which comes through here, which is certainly part of the open space, but you hardly know it's there. It's basically in the parking lot. And then you have this kind of funny little space that sits between, I don't know, I saw the tot lot out there today, right? And I thought, it's kind of between parking lots and it's kind of a strange sort of spot. But it's there. Is this a named park?
it's just a bunch of trees.
Wait, where is that? I'm
should name
sorry.
it.
That's
It
the
separates into two parking
That's
lots.
the town hall park, which is going to be renovated in the next year, and the playground area will be replaced, and there will be a new basketball court that's put into that area.
Naming
Rob,
opportunities.
that's the problem.
Yeah.
We're all getting a little punchy.
Okay, so, but that's it, right? When you look at this, not that that's not nothing, because it is, certainly. But when you look at kind of the north side, you sort of say, well, there's not a whole lot here. When you look down here, there's certainly usable spaces, but, you know, they're in parking lots in essence. When you go to the hilltop, I didn't see any kind of public open space up there. Does the firehouse get used, does it have a community space in it or anything like that, meeting space?
Not really, no. They're gonna build a new expanded firehouse.
Right, they are.
It's the lot next door.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's still not
Someday.
really have a community
Someday.
aspect to it, I
No.
don't think.
Okay.
Someday.
You saw the vacant lot next to it when you were up there. Did you go up?
To the east or to the north?
To the east.
To the east.
To the right.
Yeah, yeah.
But what's relevant is,
To the right,
when they do build that new firehouse up top, there's also a little firehouse that's on Center Street over here, which is
Got it.
across the street from our community
Great
center.
little building. Great
And that could be potentially a nice little spot one day for developer. I only mention that because
Like
that
a
will be in
brewery and
play
restaurant.
one day.
Yeah.
That will definitely be in play one day.
But that's currently owned by an
Fire
individual or by the
Fire
fire
Firehouse,
department?
Yeah.
and they just use it for storage, and they have their weight room there, but when they build a new firehouse, they're gonna eventually sell that.
Okay.
That could be a resource, 'cause it's a
Yeah.
nice building.
Fabulous.
Yeah, that'd be.
And that'd be a landmark. Then you won't be able to do anything with it.
So here are just some photographs of that. So that's the park, the Memorial Park, with the circle, lots of asphalt around it, big gazebo, right? I understand you have concerts. It is the way that functions is that the band sets up here and people sit on the lawn?
Yeah.
And then, of course, the ball field itself, which has the lights, the stream, which you kind of don't really see here. I noticed that there were some black poles. Is there gonna be a fence along
Yeah,
there?
they're building it today's matter of fact. Wait, where are you talking about?
Yeah,
From the
along the ball field?
Yeah, they're
On
building it
Green?
today's matter, they're out there today.
Okay.
Where we see them. They put the poles in.
They're working right.
These colors are a little hard to read on the screen, but, so, thank you for providing this list. This was really about what are the activities that currently take place downtown. So there are actually quite a few. One of the things that we did is rather than grouping it by date, we actually grouped it by place. Like, where does this event happen? And so you have some that happen at Bell Middle School, a number that happen at the train station, the plant sale, the farmer's market, the community day, the ragamuffin parade. A couple at the Newcastle Community Center, some general all throughout Chappaqua / train station, Greeley, Town Hall, Newcastle. Wasn't sure what that meant when it said Newcastle. The location was Newcastle. Is that?
It's townwide.
Townwide?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can group that up here. The high school, churches, the community center, and then quite a few. Recreation field. A lot of those are really sports related, but you have the Summer Fest, the Summer Concert Series, and Ring in the New Year. So that's kind of a starting point for us to kind of think about how the spaces are used. And that's part of the rationale too for why we kind of looked at it and said, well, does it make sense for the ball field to stay where it is? Right, because there are a number of activities that happen there. It does require some larger amount of space. But the question in my mind was, how do you better integrate it into the whole experience so it doesn't feel like I've left downtown, right, at the moment that I go there, but rather feeling like it's actually a part of your activity and your event and why you would kind of go over there.
Just one quick thing with the book festival.
Yeah.
That's the Chappaqua Craft and Book Fair. Is that the book festival? I don't see the book festival up there. Is that the Chappaqua Children's Book Festival? Oh no, I see it up top. Yeah. That's Bell Middle School. Yeah, that one, by the way, that's interesting because what's going to happen this year is, well, first of all, they're going to close the street right here, South Greeley, for that festival, and they're going to get more stores involved. So basically, I mean, the goal of that, and I already mentioned this because I think it's what you're trying to, what you're mentioning, is they're going to get more merchants involved where they're gonna decorate their windows, and it's not just gonna be a one-day event, there's gonna be a 2-week lead up to it, and basically, just get all the merchants involved.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens to be a really nice event, brings tons of people to the town, and it's also consistent with the image which we have, which is, great schools and that type of thing. So, just thought I'd mention that, because that is an example of an event that's actually trying to become more of a, incorporate the community more, and then basically, branding purposes and
When it's a regional draw.
it's definitely a regional draw. They've already achieved a regional draw component,
Yeah.
but they haven't been successful yet as far as bringing the town into it and making it a true benefit for the whole town for an extended period of time, not just that one day.
Is it the school system that organizes that?
No, it's a private group.
It's a private group.
Yeah.
Well, what happens is people get off the train, because we get thousands and thousands of people come, but they get off the train, walk across the street to the Bell School, and they don't tend to go down to the other stores.
Well, they have food, they got everything you need there,
So a lot of people do come by train?
Yeah.
Yeah, for that, yes.
That's great. That's very cool. It's a huge event.
Yeah, so those are the kinds of things that we were going to look at and sort of think, like, how can we facilitate that? Like when you say they just go straight to the middle school, part of the question is, well, do they have somewhere to stop along the way? Do they have other reasons to sort of stay longer or to come back, right? And those are the kind of things that we'll be looking at.
But it's very instructive in terms of the potential to have people actually come here outside the community and use our transit system.
Yeah, via train.
Critically important to understand, I think, for the economics of getting people here, foot traffic here.
Yeah.
And that's a great example, because that is really, I think, illustrative of what could happen.
Right. And the other thing, I think you were saying this last time, that you would take the train with your kids to Katona, yeah. And I was thinking about that with my kids when they were young. I was thinking, oh, they would have loved that. It's like this adventure, right? Get on the train, go there. But what that does bring up is sort of the need to...
Can I just ask one question? Where are they coming from on the train?
Well, for the book festival?
Yeah.
The city?
Yeah, people come
City,
to the
all
city.
They are
over,
coming
Westchester, I have friends in Rybrook that come every year, they come all over the place. They advertise on Metro North stations, that's which is smart, they advertise along the line of Metro North station to draw people, they want people to come by train.
Right, that's great.
Yeah, but
People also park at the train station as well for that festival and then walk from the train station, but.
It also helps that they have 100, well-known children's authors, this is, that's.
It's a big deal.
It's a real thing, it's not just a question of these are authors that come and sign books and talk to the kids. It's a great thing for the kids, you know.
Yeah, in my mind, that also brings up the idea of what is Chappaqua geared to in terms of its events and programs, right? Because when you think about kids, you know, if it's not the book fair, you know, what is there for kids to do downtown today? If it's not on one of these event days, what is there? Is there anything?
They could climb a truck back to.
Up and back,
Boy, I'll tell you, my oldest, when he was young, if he could have had a chance to climb on that, he would have been here every day.
Absolutely.
But you know, you raise a very important question because this is a very family-centric community. And the adults tend to follow the children.
Yeah.
So to the extent that you have programs for children,
Literally.
we're here, we're dragged here, whether we want to be here or not, we're here. So when you look at programs, that's also critically important, it seems to me, to get people into this area.
You come here for the Ragamuffin Parade.
Yep.
You see tons of little kids. You come here for trick or treating. We have a trick or treating on downtown Chappaqua. I think it's usually the Friday before Halloween, if I'm not mistaken. The streets are packed with little kids. I mean, you know, unfortunately, people aren't buying stuff. They're just getting free candy from the stores. But it really shows the amount of kids.
But Monday through Thursday is the problem, right? It's like a restaurant, right? Monday through Thursday is the problem. Programming Friday through Sunday is fine. Everybody's down here playing baseball, soccer, Little League, you know, it's very vibrant. But it's that Monday through Thursday where you're either running in, getting your dry cleaning, running out, going to the village market, running out. You know, they're not spending a lot of time down here. They don't have a reason to spend time. It's a lot of traffic from trains moving, so it's it's just like a restaurant. Monday through Thursday is the problem economically with tenants.
So on the weekend, when people are coming down here for sports, are they also coming down here and having lunch here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do they then also go into other stores?
No.
That would be a different trip, right?
Well, they got a bunch of kids with them.
Yeah.
So they're not gonna go pottery shopping, and it's difficult.
Okay.
Exactly, you buy a lot.
So when we look at we kind of look at an open space network,
experience that.
right? And we sort of look at that and we say, well, let's take a look at what we call typologies, right? What are the types of open spaces? And so on the one side we have pocket parks, squares. Pocket parks are small, right? Squares are a little bigger. You can do more kinds of things there. And doesn't necessarily mean it's a square with roads around it. It could or it could not have roads around it, but it's a square. There's a park, and a park is just bigger, right? It's just bigger in size. There's a greenway, which is a kind of linear connection that has park space. And then streets, oftentimes people don't think of this, but streets are actually part of the open space, or they should be, right? I know you guys understand that because you had very narrow streets. You're now working at kind of widening those sidewalks, which is a great thing. And so in the terms of the character, there's the commercial, so you can have a commercial square, or you could have a residential square. And they're very different from each other. This has a lot more kind of, let's say, more paving, but it's also different because of the uses that surround it. And that contributes to kind of the level of activity that happens there. And then you have civic ones, and then you have kind of natural features. And so when I kind of look at that and I look at what's here, you have a pocket park, which is to the north, right, over here on Greeley. You have a residential, I'm calling it residential park in the sense of the ball field, in the sense that there aren't a lot of commercial uses around it, right? But it is a park, it's an active recreation park, which is a very different type of park. There are also large parks that are not active recreation based. And then you have streets that you're currently working and improving on. But that's kind of it. That's kind of, I'm kind of ignoring the school fields, but yeah.
But with the square, wouldn't you consider the train station the square? Because there's the
Yeah.
Chappaqua Farmers Market and the Ragamuffin
Yep,
Parade.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Yes, it's a square. It's a small square.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very small one. But yeah, we'll add a dot. I guess I would put it, I guess I put it, I don't know, one of these.
Civic.
Yeah, civic, yep, it's a civic one. So that's kind of what you have today. So what is it that we recommend? So we're creating this regulating plan, we're creating a concept plan for the parking lots also. What is it that you should have? And so we look at that and we say that's what the diamonds are. So the diamonds are, we're saying you should probably add a residential pocket park somewhere in that plan so that there's some open space there. There's a residential, maybe there's a residential square. For sure, I think that there should be a more elaborate square. Oh, see, I did get the circle there. A more elaborate square kind of space. That's really much more kind of retail oriented. And then for the greenway, potentially where the streams are, we should capitalize on that. And of course, the quality of the streets that are proposed in any new development should be very much in fitting for the pedestrian experience. But I think the biggest opportunities here, the residential squares, we might kind of position them maybe, or they might be a little flexible, but I do think that the kind of commercial square opportunity that you have with the land that you own, you should really sort of come in and say, we think it should be this size and we think it should be here. So when we go through that, we sort of need to figure out what is that and how big is that? So focusing on the commercial square, what I've got up here are a few different ones with different sizes of how big they are. So the top one, this is in Reston Town Center in Virginia. I don't know if you know that space, but it's a pretty famous in that it was really, in this kind of era of the new kind of urban places, it was really one of the first ones. And it's actually incredibly successful. And so this plaza has a fountain. It's hard to see, but there's a big water fountain here that you can sort of sit next to. There are restaurants around this space, and that's 0.3 acres. So it's not that big, but it works fairly successfully. Immediately across the street, over here, is a 0.5 acre space. They have a structure here, they have winter ice skating out here, they set up like farmers markets, and they set out kind of events all during the spring, summer, fall on the weekends, and that's half an acre. Clyde's restaurant sits here, there's a hotel building over here, but that's a kind of half acre space. But it's mostly paved in that situation. The one on the top left, this is a lifestyle center in Virginia. This is a square. There are restaurants around the space. There's with second story office, some third story office. It's 0.6 acres. And so you see angled parking here. There's some parking over here, and that's a 0.6 acre space. It's sort of feels like a comfortable space. It doesn't feel huge, but it's big enough that you can have events in. This is where they stage like the 5K or 10K run that goes out of here in that space. The bottom right picture is a project called, I always forget the name. Do you remember, Tim?
This is Mosaic?
Mosaic. This is Mosaic District. And so there's actually, off to the right, there's actually a Target, which is, it's a multi-story building. Target is up on like the third floor. They have retail on the ground floor, has a huge glass kind of elevator lobby. But then it has retail, residential, a lot of restaurants. No street on one side with all restaurants. And this is a 0.8 acre, 0.9 acre space. There's a movie theater, Angelica. They actually have a big screen out here where they actually show movies in the evenings. And so you can basically come with your kids, put a blanket on the grass, and you watch a movie at night. There's a sort of a little coffee shop that's a little glass building that sits here. So it's a bigger space, 0.8 acres. And so when we look at that, I'll jump to this one. This is let's see, where is this one? This one's also in Reston. There's some restaurants here, but it's really much more office residential. It's 1.2 acres. This is Carlisle and Alexandria, Virginia. It's mostly office, has a little retail space over here, but it's 1.4 acres. So I guess what I would point out here is that oftentimes we think, oh, bigger's better. Not always, especially for kind of vibrant retail kind of spaces. When you get up to 1.2, 1.4 acres, unless you're really trying to turn that into what I would call an urban park, they tend to not feel very energized, and they tend to not really get as much use out of them. Certainly for restaurants and retail, it gets to be too big. There is a point at which, if you go bigger, if you think of like Clyde Warren Park in where is that?
Dallas.
Dallas, which is I think one of the best contemporary urban parks today. Fantastic, but it's up at like 6 acres, right? It's a real urban park. But so in my mind,
Don't worry about that.
this is too big. These tend to be much more kind of appropriate scale that you can kind of feel energized. I think the 0.3 is probably a little too small, but you're kind of in that range. I forgot to put in all the words here. So when I'm trying to remember his name. William White. Has anybody heard of William White before? So William White went and he did studies in I think it was in Manhattan, that sort of looked at, right, there was this program where everybody had to provide plazas and open space. And he sort of said, well, how come some of these are successful and some of them aren't? And so he went out and he sort of said, well, what are the things that make successful spaces? And so it's food, sun, shade, places to sit, and other people. So one of the things that he found, which was profound, believe it or not, was that people sit where there are places to sit. So what he found was that you had all these plazas that were designed to be these artistic, architectural kind of features, and there was nowhere to sit. And nobody sat there. Imagine that. So making sure that you're sort of thinking about the programming and that people have places to sit, that are comfortable, that are in the shade, that there's water. Water is a big attractor. I don't remember if I said that before. Water is a big attractor. Making sure that it has those elements becomes important. Separate from that, we've done studies of other places where we've gone through and we've actually tabulated what the uses are within the buildings around the most successful spaces and what the uses are at the ground floor. And so you actually find that places with a lot of civic spaces, there are exceptions to all of these, right? But in general, if it's a lot of civic space, it actually tends not to be the most energetic spaces. It's the spaces that have a lot of retail and the ones that have restaurants around them that tend to be much more active.
We could do a case study down here on that. 50% of our space is civic spaces.
Yeah.
You know, that's the problem. It's a good case study in the negative. I'm not talking about the positive, but.
Well, just look at the psyche of people's heads when they go into civic spaces versus going into retail and restaurants, right? Retail and restaurant, you're excited. Well, civic space, usually not.
Yeah, you typically have some time.
And you certainly don't leave energized.
Yes, you don't leave energized.
Not necessarily in a positive way.
Tell me about it.
And your taxes is not the highlight of your day.
There are other dynamics, which I know you know. I think people also like to sit where they can look at other people.
Yep, for sure.
And they also, just for the sense of security, they like to sit where they can be seen.
Yep.
You don't like to be in a space where you feel like you're all alone.
Right.
And the other thing I think is that it's, in terms of these spaces, it's probably better to err on the side of it being too small than too big.
Yeah.
Because if it's active, there are a lot of people in there, and then people say, gee, this is where I want to go.
Yep.
There must be a reason why all these people are here.
Yeah. And if it's too big, yeah, even if you have a few people, it doesn't feel very active and you think, I don't want to be here. Yeah, for sure. But again, it also comes down to the design, the actual design of the space
gotta work.
is really important.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. But it's also programming. So I mentioned Clybourne Park in Dallas. One of the things that they do is they actually have food trucks that line up on one side of the street, on one side of the park, and it is just packed. I mean, it's really a really popular space. They also have an area that's really designed for kids, so they have a lot of features for them to come and play with and use. And then they have a restaurant space. They have the kind of flexible outdoor space where they can kind of do yoga on the lawn, but it's also an outdoor performance kind of space as well. But what's really important, which I do think is a lesson for here, is that they actually have, I have a document I can share with you that looks at like what's the program of these parks, right? They have on Monday, there's a schedule. On Monday they have this activity, on Tuesday they have this activity, right? On Tuesday at this hour, they read books to kids, right? On Wednesday at this hour they have yoga. On Thursday at this hour they have this. So it's really about having programming there when you think about the program that you have here, which are kind of the occasional events, can you in essence come back and program a set of even small events, right? Like reading to kids on a Wednesday night or something like that. Things that are actually going to bring people here for another reason, so that then there's the chance that they'll actually go and be patrons of the different restaurants or retail establishments. That kind of
Part of that is who's organizing the programming.
Yep.
It sounds like in these locations, there's an entity that oversees it, schedules it, markets it.
Yep.
And there are, I notice there are a lot of programming, there's a lot of events here. But I'm wondering if there's anybody that actually acts as an umbrella to organize those in some sort of way, like you're talking about. Do we have something this week? Is there something in the evening? What are we gonna do, kids versus adults? So I think it's just as critical.
Yeah, and like you said, I think it's also the marketing of it, right? How do
Marketing
people
is-
know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, how do people know? And when it was interesting asking for this list of events, you know, Sabrina was kind of sort of trying to corral different people for different information. And it's like, well, it would be really great if there was even a list on a website that said, here are all the activities for the year. in one
Contact
place.
so-and-so if you want.
Yeah.
Right, so we're supposed to have a community calendar. So of course it's a little disappointing to me to hear that, you know, Sabrina had to corral things. So if Sabrina's corralling, you can just about imagine how successful our public is at going to a single spot and finding these things. But there are actually a fair amount of events going on, but it was our hope, and I will be reaching out to our webmaster, that we're supposed to have a central community calendar. And as you're talking, I'm thinking about the bluestone patio that we're putting with a seating wall at the corner of King and Greeley, which is supposed to be just like another little spot where, you know, grab your Starbucks, grab your lunch, you know, from ballerinas, take and sit and eat. We were gonna have, you know, chairs, you know, tables with umbrellas and chairs for people to take and congregate. But again, like having rec run little programming, you know, for kids, like little puppet shows or little readings. We can do it with the library. But again, you know, filling the spaces with activities so that when somebody comes in, you can say, you know, if you come with me shopping, I promise that there's, you know, a puppet show or a reading, yes, you'll go to. There's the new playground that's gonna be behind Town Hall, a new inclusive playground. I promise we'll make it there.
You know, this is, I'm sorry.
No.
This is, I mean, I'm not from this side of town, and I don't have kids anymore. Well, I have them, but they're grown up.
He lost them.
Let the picture actually.
The number of activities on this list it's really very impressive.
Right.
And it seems to me that now we're assembling this list. If they could be tied to a map that actually shows where all these things happen and when they happen, and then use that as a strategy to organize it in a way that actually contributes to an image of this place and helps create placemaking here. People would look at it and say, wow, this is really something, I didn't know this.
Yeah.
And if there were an organization that says, we have events, this week,
Right.
but we don't have events this week, what can we schedule?
Right.
Right, so, and I don't know, is that the township, is that who
You
would
know,
that be?
it's a great question. I don't know if it's a combination of the chamber with the town. You know, who is that central, you know, hub that takes and then coordinates and identifies the opening. I think if we can complete the community calendar so it's obvious where the gap in programming is, that's the first start, because we do have a lot of things going down. We were just commenting that the fact that you were having to corral people as opposed to just going to the community calendar to take and put that list together for Eric is like, was startling to me, because I really thought everything was in a community calendar, whether, it doesn't matter what the event is, as long if it's taking place in town. I don't care if the school is sponsoring a children's, you know, festival or art, you know, craft show, or the chamber, or it's the book festival, it doesn't matter, it should be in a central location. So somebody could say, I really want to go shopping in Chappaqua, let me piggyback it with, look at this fabulous event they're having, we'll spend the day.
Right.
You know, something for everyone.
The one thing I would caution is that, one thing I think Patty was trying to get at is that I've been on community calendars where it has everything that's going on, right? And we're having this public meeting, we're having this, and for me, when I'm Googling what to do this weekend, I don't want to do that. I want to go somewhere where it's just focused on.
But you do that, You have to, I've been in the business for a while, that business, so you have to create the calendar, then you have to allow me to come as a new resident and sign up and check what I want pushed to me. Because the problem is everybody's so busy here, right? Your train time is actually your time when you kind of figure all this stuff out, or when you're sitting, you're watching your kid playing t-ball, which is incredibly boring, right? Kill yourself, so thank God for cell phones. But that's when you want that information to come to you on Friday night, Friday afternoon, and say, oh, guess what, there's gonna be a puppet show in the square tomorrow. Oh, great, you know what, that's what I'm gonna do. I've got that time off. So if you can come to a calendar without getting inundated from information, because we're getting inundated from everywhere, create the calendar and then allow somebody to sign up and say, I want to check for festivals, I want to check for farmers market, and I want to check for activities between 3 and 10 years old. That's what I want. And then boom, it'll come.
But to Eric's point, you don't want to just attract the residents, right? We talked about regional destinations.
Put a
So
regional,
part of it is marketing, right? So
to get them into that site.
Right, so it's a whole, it's
But
a
push
marketing.
works, pull doesn't,
Yes.
is the message. Pull, if you're asking somebody to go to a site regularly to consistently get information, that doesn't work. It's just been shown, study after study, it doesn't work. What you want is somebody to go to a site, sign up for that site, and then without putting in your height, weight, kids, age, social security numbers, and have them get that information on a regular basis, a feed, and then your success will depend on whether they eventually delete that feed or they keep that feed.
So once you get that message out, then there are, I would guess that there are families of activities that are like activities. And
Yes.
and there are certain activities maybe that aren't tied to a location, that actually could be used to, it's like the Inner Harbor example. Find a way to create one of your spaces and then co-locate these things in that place, get people to the downtown, and that's part of the.
So the key to all this is having an organization or a person or a group that is overseeing this. When you have an arena, right, you have one building, you have somebody who's programming all of the events, you have an entity. Places like, I don't know if you're familiar with Philadelphia, Penn's Landing, they have an entity that organizes all of this. So they figure out who to push to, how to get it to, who they're targeting, how to market, and here's our calendar of different events. But you're not required to go look at it necessarily, there are ways that they're getting that message out there, right? So it's an entity.
Mosaic probably has a team of people that do that all day long.
Absolutely, so that's just something to think about here, how you are gonna accomplish that.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's really, really, really important. Yep. Let's skip that one. Parking. Excitement. Okay, so it's now 10 o'clock. How does everybody feel? Do you want to take a 5-minute break or do you want to keep going?
No, go 5 minutes.
Okay, 5-minute break.
Parking.
Thanks, Ari.
We don't have any, just forget it.
So I'm John Canning, I'm with Kimberly Horm, I'm the traffic and parking specialist. I've lived and worked in Westchester for over 30 years. I'm going to give you some good news about parking. We're going to need less of it. The bad news is, sorry, we're not there yet, basically. If you look at the town's current code, most of the regulations on how much parking to provide date from 75 to 79. There were, I guess, 3 amendments in the 80s and then 1 per decade after that. So it's very antiquated, like most of Westchester. It has not reflected the changes in the retail economy. It hasn't reflected the changes in millennials, in ride hailing, and in the emphasis on TOD. It does have some provisions in it that are sort of helpful. There was an amendment in 2017 that basically says if something new comes along, the planning board, I think it's the planning board, or the zoning board can make a determination. So you're not bound by the code for new uses and you can be a little bit creative in that regard. It does have a provision for shared or joint use, but there is a maximum of 15% reduction permitted. So if you were to have, let's say, an entertainment facility with an office facility, even though you can't really go to entertainment when you're at work, so it's a natural fit, you can still only get a 15% reduction where you might want to get a 25%, 30% reduction in parking. So you're overbuilding if you were to put those two uses together. It does have a provision for satellite parking, so if you don't have enough parking on your lot, if you can find somebody who has a lot within 250 feet and you can get a legal document that satisfies the town, you could probably use that. And it has a provision of alternate parking, although this seems perhaps a little onerous, that if you have a property and you don't have parking, one of the ways you may deal with it is you may offer and convey to the town or an existing parking district appropriately located and developed land for commercial parking. So it's kind of unlikely that you're going to have that, although it's a possibility. Some of the things it doesn't have, and I'm not saying that these are necessarily correct for Newcastle, but they're used in other places, is fee in lieu, where if you have established a vehicle where you can get fee in lieu payments and then you can put that money towards building commercial or municipal parking instead of all of the small older property owners that don't have the space to provide parking doing it individually. It doesn't have an interpretation or a provision for valet parking. So if I have a lot and I can put 20 self-park spaces in it, but if I have a valet service I can put 30 spaces in it, the town could give me approval without going for a waiver, otherwise I'd have to go to the zoning board. It doesn't mention automated parking, whether if you put in, first of all, whether it's allowed or not. Secondly, if you were to put it in, would you get a full credit for all the spaces? Stacker parking, I'm not saying stacker parking is going downtown Chappaqua, but it doesn't have a provision one way or the other, and it doesn't have credits for transit. There was one, let me see if I can find it here. Practically blind. Multi-family dwellings in a business district. So that's kind of a credit for transit, but no other use to provide a credit for transit. Or for a neighborhood, for example, Millwood doesn't have the same sort of transit, but it's more of a developed community hamlet area, so maybe you could have some credits in there, and it doesn't have a credit for shuttle. So all of these things, you know, if you're revamping your code for parking, we would suggest that you think about how you would appropriately account for them to get the benefit. What you really don't want is you don't want to overbuild parking so that you've got acres of asphalt and not enough room for development. It's a resource that you really want to manage.
I'm sorry, what's automated parking?
So you drive into, it's basically a parking structure, and you either drive into a space, designated space, or you give your vehicle to an attendant. They put it in the space, and then it's like the auto food thing.
Yeah, okay, I
It
just
takes your
Googled
car.
it, I just want to make sure it was the one you were talking about. Okay,
And
cool.
I'm sorry, what does it do?
It takes your car and it moves it robotically up to a space and stores it there until you're ready to leave, and it comes
Like
back.
a dispenser.
Yeah.
That looks like an intricate right at the feet.
But then we have 50
No,
people trying to get car in your car.
The fee in lieu of the, you know, the top shape, what Armonk does, or North Castle, is, it's not just for development downtown. So like, not that we have so much as development outside of town, but if they have somebody who's, let's say, building, a 10-story, I'm sorry, a 10-unit building or something.
Yeah.
Even it's outside of town.
Yeah.
That developer needs to pay towards the downtown parking with the theory that those people are gonna be coming downtown and using, increasing the demands on parking, and then they gotta contribute to a fund that eventually is gonna build a parking structure, and that's what they're going towards.
Okay.
You do districts.
I thought that was interesting.
Parking districts too, which is great.
Like, it's just another way of generating money for a structure.
So this is the existing parking in the study area. The yellow is public parking and the orange is private parking. So you can see there's 1,600 plus public parking spaces and several hundred private off-street parking spaces. But you can see a good portion of this study area is just asphalt. And so, it's hard to fit anything else in when you're required to provide all this parking and it's all surface parking and it just takes up acres and acres and acres. And it's also important to look to the future and how much parking we're going to need and what we're going to have instead of parking. Because we have all of these new vehicles and mechanisms that are allowing us to get places without the need to park. So in addition to requiring less parking over time, we need more on-street space to accompany. Instead of just driving to the parking lot or walking in, now people are getting dropped at the curb. And if everybody's getting dropped at the curb, you've got congestion on the curb, it's going to be like pickup at LaGuardia. So we're going to try and avoid that and designate special areas for various types of drop-off, loading, bus, and things like that. So we typically have an 8-point program when it comes to parking that you want to consider. You want to evaluate your current minimum or maximum parking needs. Traditionally, it's a requirement that you have to provide this amount of parking. It's a minimum standard that you have to provide. Today, a lot of people are looking to a maximum as well. They don't want more parking. Somebody is building an office building and he thinks maybe down the line, I might have a trading floor here, so I want to make sure I have enough parking. I don't have a lease for a trading person now, and then they end up overbuilding and it never gets used. We want to promote shared parking within mixed-use developments so that you're not just using parking from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. You're going to extend that up to midnight, or you're even going to extend it after midnight if you have residential or hotel. You want to eliminate parking requirements that basically don't serve any purpose but are sort of holdovers from a previous time. Promote alternate modes of transportation. Adopt additional strategies for parking management. You got parking apps and valet parking and things like that. Definitely the goal is to provide enough parking so that you're not going to cause it to spill over into the surrounding residential neighborhoods. Typically I find that the biggest problem with this is at schools, high schools, because they're older buildings, they've been there a long time, and when they were built no seniors had cars, and now all the seniors have cars. On-street parking, so the story is always that, I'm a retailer and A, my employees park right in front, and B, everybody wants to park within 250 feet. But if you've got a building that's 25 foot wide by 50 foot deep, and the code requires you to have 5 parking spaces, and you don't have any parking because you're in a downtown built-up area, you were there for 100 years, you're not going to get 5 parking spaces in the 25 feet that are right in front of you. So that the whole convenience aspect of it is sort of a pipe dream. The real need is to have the parking within walking distance and then make the walk from the parking area to all of the stores interesting so that you don't feel like, oh, this is a chore. You feel like, well, I'm going to this store, oh, that's interesting, and now I'm there.
You give us a technical definition of walking distance? I'm a little bit tongue-in-cheek there, because to some it's 10 feet, to others it's 75 feet, to others it's 250 feet.
A lot of it depends, well, first of all, it depends on how able-bodied you are, right? And hopefully, any parking plan has the appropriate distribution of ADA spaces. After that, a lot of it depends on what the use is. So, for example, residential, I'll walk at least a quarter of a mile to a train station, no problem. I used to walk a half a mile to the train station, and there are people that do that. But if you go to retail, I'm not going to walk a half a mile to a retail store. So it depends to a certain extent on the use. The same kind of goes with office. If you go there every day and you have a guaranteed space, and you have the repeat use, for the most part, you'll do it. And a part of that then is related to pricing. So if it's a resource, so you have to manage it, and part of the way to manage it is to charge for it. And if you have the most covetous spaces are the most expensive, that's the best way to manage it, and then employees would get free or cheaper parking somewhere else that they could walk 5 minutes to get to their place of employment. So I'm not sure that really answers the question, but it depends on the type of use and the environment that you have to walk through.
And isn't there another factor, which is, it's always curious to me that you can have a regional mall and the parking field is huge.
Yep.
And people will walk from the last space 600 feet to get into the retail.
Yep.
But they won't do that for a single store.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe, first of all, it's a habit. People just, this is what I have to do.
Yeah.
And so that's what they expect.
It's expectations.
The other part of it, I think, though, is that when they go to the mall, they're not just going to a store, they're going to a destination, they're going to something which is more than just a store.
Correct.
And they tend to then shop the glass line and stay more time in there. So part of it has to do with what you're walking to.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, a coffee shop is 50 feet, a baseball stadium is a half a mile.
Yep.
You'll go to a baseball game, you'll park way out and walk, you won't even think about the 10-minute walk, but you never do that for Starbucks. Starbucks is 25, 50 feet, or I'm gonna go someplace else.
I'm going to the drive-through, I don't
Yeah.
even wanna get out of
Yeah, the drive-through. So it all depends on what you're going to.
And you're the parking guy?
It's our kind of parking, yeah.
It's our kind of parking.
He's saving the spots for somebody else.
There you go. So we started to take a cut at what you might consider for the parking requirements in the town. Even though this is a study just for the area that's designated Chappaqua and then up on the top of the hill, we figured we're looking at your code anyway and we have to put things in context. So we sort of broke this into 3 areas. A TOD area, which I would consider basically the Chappaqua area, a non-TOD Hamlet area, which perhaps is Millwood, or maybe even up the top of the hill by King and 120 and 117, and then all of the other areas, which is the rest of the town. This slide didn't get updated. Yeah, that's okay.
What is DU?
Dwelling units. And then we have the minimum, which is the traditional, and then the maximum, which is, we wouldn't suggest that you build much more than that. Frankly, single unit typically a lot of the time gets sort of left out, and it's okay to a great extent. Typically what happens is you'll have, most homes now have a 2-car garage and they'll have a driveway that you can put a couple of cars in front of. And then the issue really is, well, what happens when, you know, I have a children's birthday party or Thanksgiving, or all the various things that we have throughout the year. And for the most part, you may have 6 or 7 cars, and most streets are wide enough to have parking on at least one side, still wide enough for emergency vehicles to get through, and that typically works as long as the people who come and park are somewhat considerate, because what you don't want to get is a relatively narrow street, one guy parks on this side and one girl parks on this side, and now there's sort of no room to get between them. But it generally, single family takes care of itself. Where you get into the interesting ones is all of the other uses. So multifamily, typically the old standards are like 2 per dwelling unit. Sometimes it's broken down by bedroom. I looked at the data that the Institute of Transportation Engineers has, and I looked at the regression factor, the R-squared values, which basically show you how predictable their formulas are. And it turns out that dwelling units is, in their data, slightly better at predicting parking than bedrooms. So I just went with dwelling units, and this, typically the old standard is 2 per dwelling unit, and I would provide at least a maximum of 1.5. We're definitely going down. We've seen that trend. It relates to the rise of ride-hail, Uber and Lyft, and those sort of things. And then in a non-traditional Hamlet area, we backed it off just a little bit, and then in the TOD you back it off some more, because you definitely do have use of the train, and if you don't have 2-car families, you're more likely to have a 1-car family. Then in the business professional office, there's been a relatively big change in that from what there was in the past, with a minor exception. So there used to be quite a lot of parking for office, but there's more telecommuting, there's more flex time, there's more shared space, and so we backed the numbers off a little bit on that, and we suggested that you look at, if you have information on both the square footage and the employees, you take whichever is greater. The one exception is where they have offices that are more trading floor types, where they're basically it's people oriented, and so we'll have to give that a little bit more thought. Medical office definitely generates more parking and is busier throughout the day. Certainly, I've been to some of the medical offices down by the Westchester Medical Center. Their parking lots are always full. I'm sure you'll probably find that with some of the medical office facilities in Mount Kisco. Retail, it's similar. A lot depends too, and for the most part, we did this considering not so much destination retail, because I don't think you're doing the Palisades Mall here. It's more, 10,000 square foot stores and smaller, although you may end up talking about a supermarket. You've got a supermarket up top. It's a question of two things. One, can they pull a portion of their customers from the surrounding neighborhood if you have the residential. It's not going to be a huge portion, but 10% is still 10%. And the second is, if you live by good transit service, then you'll get some of your employees that can come by transit, so that'll help bring the numbers down. And then restaurant, the restaurant numbers kind of held steady. Restaurant has become, quite popular over the last 30 years. It used to be that you couldn't afford to go out that much. Now we seem to go out more and more. And again, we've basically given you the grader of square footage or seats if you have information on both. And we've given a credit for being close to rail because you can get people come by train, a few people come by train and employees come by train. And we also suggest that you consider a credit for a shuttle service if it's provided from an office building or from residential. And we talk a little bit about when you have multifamily residential. It used to be everybody wants their own space, right? There's no benefit to that because when I'm there, nobody gets to use it. So if you can go to residential and the spaces are unassigned, there's always somebody going to be away, right? If you've got 100 units, there's only going to be 2 people. So you get a little bit of a credit for that. And then if you allow, which is harder, if you allow your commercial uses to share parking with your residential uses, then you can get another credit again. And typically, in my experience, the best way to do that and to manage it is with signage, so that for certain hours of the day, certain spaces are going to be blocked out for residential. It's not just a free-for-all. That way, the residential people can get the spaces that are more convenient to their homes most of the time for the hours that they need them. But if they show up on Saturday at the busy shopping hour, they're just going to have to, take their lumps like everybody else. So I think that's the end of transit parking replacement financial.
Yeah.
That's you, right, Eric?
Yeah, or us as a group.
Yeah.
So one of the things as we lead into the next step is really about, we talked about structured parking, we talked about the surface parking lots, right? In order to free up land to promote additional development, there's no net loss of spaces, right? So how do you do that? Well, the only way to do that is really to go vertical. And so how do you finance that? So what we were doing here is really just starting to kind of introduce the concepts of different ways of doing that. We don't have the answer today, but one of those is that transit parking is completely developer financed. So let's say the land were so valuable and the rents were high enough, the developer would come in and say, I'll build that garage for you, in exchange you give me the land for free, right? So basically instead of paying for that, they're paying for parking. We haven't looked at the numbers yet, right? But that's just one of the strategies. Or it can be based on a long-term land lease. The second one is the transit parking provided by the developer, and it's revenue financed, meaning that the land is provided for free in exchange for building the garage, and the developer charges for parking. So what he's trying to do is basically offset his cost to pay for his loan by charging for parking. And then the developer charges for parking, or the town underwrites the parking fees. The third one is that the MTA builds the garage. What's interesting here is that this land is actually not owned by the MTA, it's owned by the town. But the MTA does have the mission of increasing ridership and providing riders. So one scenario is that they contribute money with federal funding, the land might be conveyed to the transit authority, and they charge for the parking.
Doesn't it think it have to open up access to other communities, which we don't want to see a hub?
We cannot restrict to our residents
Yeah, we
at
don't
that
wanna be a
point,
hub.
that's always been our reluctance.
Regional parking.
It's no longer town.
That's. A resident won't be able to get spots if they open it up, so they can.
And that honestly is a draw for some people, like there are people who don't wanna potentially move to Armonk or other communities that don't have a train station. They actually will look to make sure there's a train station.
Or a 10-year waiting.
There's a lot of property value tied up in it.
Yeah, that's the competitive edge we're not looking for.
Yeah, no, because it's always been very attractive because the MTA will pay for it, but strings.
Got it.
Like North White Plains.
Yeah.
That was MTA paid, but that's not.
New Rochelle.
But Ormond people use it, so they're just happy that they get a place to park.
So then, the fourth one is that the town builds the garage and finances it with a bond and repays it with city funds. The fifth one is that they do that with some sort of a TIF structure. I don't know if you guys allow TIFs or not, but that's another way to do it. And then, of course, there's a combination above or some variation on it. But what we're really trying to introduce here is simply that there are different ways of doing this, and so that it's something definitely, I think, worth considering. We're gonna show you plans and you'll see what the benefits of that are and, you know, what the trade-offs are and what seems to make sense.
I didn't know what a TIF was.
Tax increment financing?
Oh.
Come on, Rob.
But there's also,
My bad.
revenue share, right?
Yeah, you draw a boundary and essentially freeze the land value at that time, and then as land values increase, the amount that it increases, that
The tax
difference,
revenue that increases.
the tax revenue difference goes back to repaying it as opposed to going.
Yeah, it's supposed to go into the general fund.
Yeah,
right.
That money is tagged specifically for that area.
Because you're getting a bump, because you're letting the property get developed, so you're getting more income from it.
Got it.
May I ask, does anyone know how much the land is worth?
We're watching someone's willing to pay.
Not today yet, but we're gonna
Depends on what you put on.
look at that, right?
That's what you're allowed to put on.
Yeah.
Right,
Right now.
How much is dirty, how much is wetlands, there's a lot you have to figure out.
Mamaroneck is doing a TOD development at their train station parking lot now, right? Is that the MTA?
Harrison's doing it, Harrison,
Harrison, sorry.
yes, that's Avalon.
Is
That's a
that
huge
the
development.
is the MTA involved in that one, or is that
Yeah.
just direct between the town and,
MTA is involved because they're getting a parking structure out of it.
okay? So I was thinking about the value, and was there therefore payments made, I don't know,
Oh, I
who
don't
owned the
know.
parking lot and, you know, but just as a recent development in terms of values of things?
Yeah, I mean, somebody said it, well, it depends on what people are willing to pay for it. Part of that is true, right? Because you're gonna have your value as a developer is based on how much product, the way they talk about it, right? How much product you can get on that piece of land. So if you tell me that I can get townhouses on it, the value is this. If you tell me that I can get this many condos on it, then the value is this, and I'm willing to pay more for it. So it's really about how much
Yeah.
program can I get on the piece of land.
Right, and if there's already parking existing that I can use, then it's gonna be worth more than if I have to build parking.
And in that, there's probably not an acre of land in this country that isn't somehow influenced by public policy.
Yeah.
The answer to that question is in this room.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I think you said it, right? But to say it another way, if I have to build parking spaces, right? If I build surface parking, it's worth X. If I have to build structured parking and I now have to pay 7 times the cost or 4 times the cost of that parking, then it's worth less to me. Because my construction costs and development costs are higher. Okay, so what do we got next? Scenarios. So, Tim is gonna come and present this. So, Tim has worked on some scenarios that look at, it's kind of like what we do with developers. It's let's sit down and let's draw a plan. It's a test fit. It says, let's draw the streets, let's draw the park space, let's draw the parking, let's use some parking assumptions, and what does that get us? What does it look like? And what does it get us? And so, what we're gonna look at here are.
Same outfit. I thought you were headed to the parking lot.
Yeah, I'm running away.
Yeah. So what we're gonna look at is we're gonna look at alternatives, right? They're gonna be scenarios. Tim's gonna go through it, and he's not gonna talk about the numbers yet. He's gonna go through it once first to just talk about the scenarios and the design, and then again to then just kind of highlight the numbers, and at the end we'll sort of compare them all on one slide.
Yeah, I think Eric sort of mentioned this, but this is very hypothetical, so I don't think, just as a caveat, you shouldn't look at these plans as if they are somehow the final plan or designs. We made our best assumptions and guesses, but if you see a property up here that you thought, well, why'd they do that, or why didn't they do that, this is all just as an attempt to try to get a sense of the potential and not any particular final plan. So the first scenario we're looking at is to say, well, what if there is no parking development on the existing town lots? So I know that parking is very important. and, you know, to build a structured garage is more expensive. And so what we really found was that, you know, there's not that many opportunities if sort of all of this land is not redeveloped. You know, there's some opportunities. I know people have expressed interest in, well, I could add a few units on top of my building that already exists. I can add a few units, or there might be an opportunity here, you know, to redevelop a small site. You know, there's a sliver of land there. Maybe you could fit some townhouses on that. We have some smaller multifamily buildings that are going up the hill, and because the slope of the hill and the difficulty with construction, you know, these would be a series of much smaller buildings, either multifamily buildings or some form of you know, townhouse type thing. But really what this says is, you know, the limit of development and therefore new residents, new shoppers, new transit riders is pretty minimal when you exclude the land around the train station. Some of the things we have done though is...
What are you doing behind that, the stripey?
Yeah.
Is that a little deck back there?
Yeah, so this does say there would be a little single level deck. Essentially you could build a little ramp getting up to it to provide some extra parking there. Here, you know, I just made a guess looking at the existing buildings. Some of them already have upper levels, some of them are a single story. So we said, well, if someone owns that building and they want to put, you know, 18 units above their existing building, what would you need in terms of parking, and what amount of parking could you provide?
So by bringing on some additional density, you're already triggering a deck back there for today's parking numbers? Or the new parking numbers?
So our assumption was all the parking that exists is needed. And so anytime you do something new, you have to provide new parking. So that has not been confirmed with an in-depth parking study, but as our base assumption, we're saying that, you know, if there's 50 extra spaces in that lot, then great, you could build, you know, an additional 50 units and be fine. But our starting position is, you know, replace absolutely everything that gets displaced and provide new.
I think there's a comment.
Yeah, but I thought the earlier point was that when we did the parking discussion that we have too much parking.
I'm not sure that I said we don't want to have too much parking.
We want to have too much, okay, I thought you said that we had too much.
And it doesn't
Yeah,
get
the
used.
So we're not there yet.
the guidance that they were given is that we had to maintain all
Everything we
existing
have.
parking that we have today.
No net loss.
No net loss,
No net
only
loss.
net gain based on uses for the future,
Okay.
okay?
Does that, actually, does that mean that they are not free to challenge our parking requirements and say, wait a minute, you could be more efficient?
No, I think that
So,
they absolutely can.
Yeah,
Okay.
they can.
They absolutely can,
That's what I
but
just heard, okay.
no, the starting point was not to lose any existing parking spaces.
So building more apartments, stores, et cetera, but not losing any parking spaces.
And the discussion of the parking requirements is for development going forward. So you don't still need necessarily to provide 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit when you're in the TOD zone. For any new development, you would provide whatever was up there, maybe it was one per unit.
Yeah, I would add, right, this is an ongoing process. So our starting position is lose nothing, only add. As we're working through this, you know, we as a group might decide, we might learn that, well, you know, we actually do have some extra parking. And so, you know, the rules will evolve and change as we work through this process.
Are we gonna do that though? Are we gonna come up with a parking utilization that says current parking is this utilized? You know, that could be a very elaborate study, or it could be very, you know, unelaborate.
Yeah, so what I would say is...
Unlovely. Like I've done.
To drive developers and property owners to
You can
do
use
something.
it.
If you can say, look, I'm waiving your parking requirement if you put 2 stories on, because that's what we want them to do. That's a great lever to help developers go in and say, I own a building, I'll throw another story on if I don't have a parking requirement. Well, that's great. If we're over parked, then we can say, great, we can absorb that. Right, there's a window of opportunity, we make a development zone, we say, you have 2 years to commit to plans, you're gonna have no parking requirement for a second story, and then you've incented a developer or a property owner to say, okay, I'm throwing it up now, I gotta do it now. So I'll take the loan out now, interest rates are great, I don't have parking, I have to deal with parking, I'm done.
Yeah, I
We
don't
need to
believe
accomplish what you
that
need.
in our scope, we were doing a very detailed one, but we could certainly do one that simply says, we've got X square feet, these are the kind of TOD ratios we're using, do we think that we're in the ballpark today, or do we think we have excess, or do we think we're actually short?
Yeah.
Right? But just from people's perception here, at least from what I heard at the last meeting, was that on the weekends, there is space available, right? Because you've got all that transit parking.
Not accessible.
But during the week, you do not. During the week, you're chock-a-block, right? You're full, completely full.
But I mean, one of the other things that I heard, it's John, right? John, one of the other things I heard you talking about, right, is creating additional incentives and or credits that would, you know, help people utilize alternative forms of transportation, you know, and so I think we're not doing any of that now. There's an untapped opportunity too that could potentially not mean that we don't have to keep net neutral the number of parking spots that we have currently if we were to think about those kinds of incentive programs.
What if we just decided we weren't gonna do any development? Is there still an opportunity
Yes,
using these
that's my
strategies
yes.
to free up, I don't know, maybe you could 5% of the parking down here, maybe we actually don't need it if we could apply something, that's a lot of land, cause that's a lot of parking, I don't know, 5%, I don't know how much that is in terms of number of spaces, but I mean, I think that this is almost a separate issue for us, that then can add opportunity to the other things we wanted.
Yeah, I'll throw this out there, not because I think it's appropriate here, but just, it's interesting. So there's a place called Bishop Arts District in Dallas. And this is a place that's outside of Dallas, and it's great architecture, fantastic architecture, lots of empty space. There used to be, right? And so what they did is they came in and said, gosh, we really need, these places are kind of a mess. We need to impose all these design guidelines, right? Requirements, and we need to put parking requirements on here because so the people have parking, and so they did that. And what resulted from that? Nothing. It just sat there. And they basically failed. And so somebody said, this isn't working, what should we do? They said, why don't we just get rid of all the parking requirements? So they did.
Yeah.
Absolutely no parking requirements. The place is packed. Every single storefront is full. The reason it worked there is because there is a residential neighborhood immediately adjacent. Culturally, this community, it didn't bother them that people would park on the street, right? And so all the side streets are full, but it's really successful. Now a national developer wants to come in there, because this was all little shops. He wants to come in and do multifamily. He's gonna provide his own structured parking, because he feels that he needs it. But the rest of the community is functioning without it. It's a very specific situation where that works, right? That's not quite the same here, because you've got hills and trees, and there isn't that parking that's immediately available. And I don't know that people would accept that anyway.
Yeah, that's a completely different demographic of Bishop Arts than here.
What about Mamaroneck though? They're very similar. I mean, that place is packed. You have to drive around Mamaroneck 4 times to find a space, but the stores are never empty. They're always full.
Yeah.
That place is just jammed.
Yeah, and so the only reason I bring it up is to say, I think that there's value, in sort of thinking about the parking and understanding today, right? How, could you build additional units, not on the transit parking spaces, but could you build additional units without additional spaces?
But, so one other, just to go back to something you said earlier with regard to this scenario, I mean, I hear what you're saying, that unless you do sort of parking infill, there's very limited development opportunities here, right? So I get that, but I think the question is, what level of development do we need in order to create the kind of placemaking that we've been discussing earlier today? So there may be very limited development opportunities, but are the opportunities that you've described sufficient to meet the end goals that we've been talking about?
I
think the answer is no.
Yeah,
but
right, yeah.
but how do you quantify that? How do you gauge that?
It's a threshold question. For me, I mean, we're getting way ahead of you here, so we probably.
Yeah, let him get to version 2.
We don't need to say more. Let us tell you more.
All right, sure. So we did do some additional things in this scheme. One is, we heard some comments that there may be a need to expand the town hall, so we're showing an expansion there. This building here, actually, so there was problems with this intersection and access to this parking. So we were looking at, well, could you add an additional way in and out as a release valve up here? So part of that would say, well, let's take the community center and move it down here, and so now you have the town hall, the community center, the library, really forming a community node at the south end of the hamlet, which also provides a real gateway. When you're arriving from the south, you have arrived, and there are a bunch of public buildings, and you could do a little pocket plaza on the corner with some signage, and really make this your arrival sequence into the hamlet from the south.
It's a great idea, Russell, because a lot of the stores up there don't access that parking lot that you just had your thing on it.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a staircase that leads up there, but nobody, very few people use it.
Yeah.
And that would help the parking a lot. That would increase the use of that parking lot tremendously.
And then, trying to make something a little greater out of the ball field and the park here. Adding a walking path that goes around it, something that follows the existing streams. I think this has a greater impact when it actually leads you back into a place or something with more development. But even without that, turning this into more of a community-oriented space with some additional recreation activities, just passive walking and additional places.
We have a basketball court coming and an increased playground, so we're working on that already.
Great. So this is an alternative scenario that says, well, what if, every single one of those individuals decided, let's sell or work together and redevelop this. And what this allows us to do is to create a great central commercial square without actually impacting the train station and the transit parking. So this, you would, there'd be a garage behind it, underneath it, a level of parking, and then I think this is drawn with maybe 3 stories of residential above the retail and a level of parking. So it ends up being somewhere maybe like a 5-story building when you think about it. But what this does is it gets you a park. This is about right in that 0.8 acre range that Eric previously discussed as kind of the sweet spot, and it provides an opportunity to really have a great public gathering space right at the intersection in downtown with land for, yes?
Was your height of 5 stories taking consideration economics, or you just felt 5 was the height to go?
So it, yes and yes. So it sort of looked at what can you physically fit based on parking, right? And so we were using, lower sort of TOD parking numbers of, 1 space per unit. And then I think we were looking at 4 just as an average for the retail parking. We can kind of obviously tweak all these numbers to see what works. But what that does is the amount of parking you can fit on that site determines, well, the number of units you can build and the amount of program you can build.
So you parked it, then you backed into the residential and the retail number, and that lets you go 4 over 1?
Yeah, partly, it's also partly based on our experience, what do we think a developer would be willing to do financially?
And then part of it also is political, right? I mean, we've had a conversation this morning discussing building heights and character and bucolic and urban, and sort of, 5 stories, to some people might seem like nothing, but we thought that going much taller than that there might be greater public outcry and pushback.
If you could park 4 over 1, you could definitely park 3 over 1, right?
Yeah.
And that would allow.
Finances live.
That's what I'm wondering, if that 4th level resi you need to pay for the whole thing, or if it pencils out with only doing 3 over 1. Because I think that's gonna be a big hurdle for a lot of people, the 4th resi over the 3rd level.
Well, the answer is.
Then the 5 versus 4, that's what I'm thinking.
It depends.
Yeah.
Right, if I'm going and buying all of those lots, it depends on what price I have to pay for those lots.
I totally hear you, I totally hear you.
Yeah.
But it also depends how it's designed. As we saw, a 5-story building that's a giant box is gonna look very different than some of these other designed 5-story buildings. So it could be designed in a way that it's still the 5-story potentially, but it doesn't look like such a large scale.
The other interesting thing, I'm just looking at this, is it's not 2 sides of the street, right? So you're coming into town, you'd be hitting that building. As opposed to, I've heard people say we don't want a canyon effect. So at that particular location, it doesn't look like that's what you would get, so maybe depending on design and massing, that becomes.
Yeah, there are
something
design
else.
strategies where we've done big plans where you look at the tall buildings on the open spaces, right? Because that's where they kind of feel comfortable as opposed to when they're tight up against something else.
But you know, if you look also at, like where you said a developer may come in, if you actually look on the other side of the street, which is where Hall of Scoops is and the perfume.
Yeah.
And you got a perfume place and there's a couple of vacancies, the old diner. Those are all one-story buildings with a gigantic parking lot behind it. I mean, so if you're talking about developer, and if you're gonna raise the zoning to allow 3 or 4-story buildings, I mean, I'm not a developer, but I would think that's gonna be the most attractive space, these one-story buildings. You know, and if you have a long row of them, that should be an area that we should be focusing on, because those are gonna be most ripe for somebody to come in and take them over.
You know, I'm sorry, Rob, also I think, I agree with that also. I just think that this is a 1 to 2 story town, right? And to put a 5-story super block here in that location is going to be, I think, such an anomaly that it's gonna be a problem, I think.
Yeah,
And so, I'm sorry, let me just, I wanna follow up on Rosalind. If we're gonna go up, I think you might think about doing your density at the 4 corners where it really meets King. Find a way to do it there. And then you're actually reinforcing what I think would be traditionally the center of town. And putting people there and having an architecture, because I think the point of arrival shouldn't be at the bottom of the bridge, I think it ought to be at the intersection of our main streets.
But one building's already 3-story there, like, you know, across from Starbucks.
Right.
That's already a 3-story building, so that's not gonna be.
I'm sure he has different plans though.
I know what you're saying, but that's not gonna be a building that people are gonna be like, probably.
Well, so I say, spoiler alert, one of our plans does not show all 4 corners completely redeveloped. I mean, I think in terms of the zoning, right, the form-based code, I could imagine we would certainly allow that. But in our first study, we didn't want to come in and just like, we're tearing down all your buildings and we're putting them up, you know, so this was kind of a middle ground.
Yeah, so the one thing I would say about this is, I really
Showing
like
up
the
this meeting.
location of this public space, but I think from a practical implementation point, you don't have control over this. It's not your land.
Right.
That's the difficulty, is that there's no guarantee that you would ever get this.
That's right.
It's incentive, right?
It's
So-
incentive.
Right, so,
That's how it works.
so as much as I like that location, I'm just not sure that that's where you should bank on something like that happening, unless you were gonna go out and buy all of these yourselves.
Although, what we could, if we did move the community center, which is in our control, we could get something more over there in that area. It's not quite as far down, but I mean, we do have the option of potentially reclaiming a decent amount of space over there.
Yeah, it's just not, it's not gonna be as that size, I'll say.
I say what we, so
Or
these
the
are
products.
the existing buildings here, and this scheme is, they're sort of being taken down and pulled back. So when you relocate the community center, that space is then buried behind existing buildings. So it would require collaboration with, but I think
I feel like there also needs to be some consideration of which buildings are nice or attractive versus which are unattractive. So, you know, the scenario 1B that you were looking at, the ones that you come right over the bridge and hit, those are actually sort of attractive buildings today. The community center actually happens to be a very attractive building. It may not be the best location or use for the best location for a community center or best use of that space. But it does seem like maybe we ought to also be targeting those buildings that are unlovely. And thinking about
I think those buildings are all hideous, and the nicer ones are where Family Britches is, like that's actually an attractive building coming down where Desires is, that's why I think the ones where Squires are, those are all
That's a
terrible.
one-story building, and
Yeah.
the second
Let's
zoning
let
change.
it all be ripped down and it's
And that's very subjective.
Let's let them flow.
So next, Steve,
well,
That's the next scenario.
yeah, so this, the second scenario is looking at, so this is actually town-owned land. And if you want to create a town square on town-owned land is going to be perhaps easier than trying to create an assemblage of privately owned parcels and doing a sort of, demolition and rebuilding.
Can I just ask you one question, just
Sure
because I
thing.
can't see so well? Are you keeping the little park in front of the train station there, is that
Yeah, so
still there?
this,
Okay.
it's, the shape
trying to
is
orient
slightly
myself.
changed,
Okay.
so
Got
this
it.
is that existing one, that's the
It's still
memorial.
there. Wow.
Yeah, we enlarged it a little bit to create more space, but it is staying.
And, okay, I just wanted to,
So-
orient myself.
What's happening here is saying, well, if you wanted to create a town square centered on the train station, on this piece of property, what would that require from just a practical logistical standpoint? And that is, well, you have to replace all that parking down here. So this, as it's drawn, would be, you could build a single-story parking deck that essentially goes on top of the existing asphalt. And so it's not as expensive or quite as intense as building a multi-level ramped parking garage. And that allows you to then free up all that parking for more mixed-use development and the town square. It still is a little bit constrained, right? We talked earlier about the stream and the fact that there's a buffer, and that our assumption is, well, we can build up to where the parking lot used to be because it's previously disturbed and previously built on land. I think that is a big assumption that we'll have to get a final answer on from someone, because that would essentially really impact the site. But what this does is you allow now, this parking garage serves the new retail and the new residential units on site. We're able to slightly enlarge this existing memorial square. So I think this does a lot to create a bunch of intensity and vibrancy directly around the train station. I think a downside of this scheme is that all of that activity is centered right around the train station and is pulled, half a block back from one of the main streets.
With the gas station.
Yeah, and there's the gas station on the corner. We know the gas station wants to remain, wants to expand. So, we chose to show that as staying. You could, and actually we have some other schemes to look at this, but this does it entirely on town land, which is a plus, but this idea also has a couple downsides of where it's located.
What are the dark red along the base of the train
So
station?
this would be additional commercial uses. Essentially, as this road comes through, what you want to do is not have the experience of this street be just single-sided, and on the other side is the train tracks. And so you can get some small infill buildings that provide that enclosure that when you're on that street, it's not, doesn't seem so asymmetrical. These are envisioned as single-story, small buildings. So the height is different, but when you're walking down the street, it's not like, oh, there's a bunch of train tracks and sort of industrial back of the house things.
Yeah, Greenwich, Connecticut actually does this on their train track. There's a one-story retail buildings that line it, so when you're on the street, you don't actually see the tracks.
Right. But at the same time, this attenuates the parking from both the downtown as well as from the train station. And that's a serious problem with this layout.
Yeah,
So where the circle is, that's where the actual station is, where you
Yeah.
actually go up the steps and get your train, and then also putting the parking way down here is pulling it away from the downtown center.
So this is, that is a trade-off. So this is replacing all of the transit parking, which I think is still a reasonable distance for commuters, right? You're, 600 feet, you're an eighth of a mile. But if this parking on the weekends is used by people who want to go shopping here, it is a bit of a further walk.
Yeah, I don't think it's too far though. It's the farthest space, that's about a quarter mile, right? So it's a 5-minute walk. It's a quality walk, right? Yeah, that is one thing about this scheme though, is if you're some of the farthest spaces in this scheme, your first part of that quarter-mile walk is not the prettiest, right? It's going through a parking lot.
It's going through a parking deck.
Yeah.
Is there any way to zoom this a little bit?
I don't
Comes up here.
think so.
Right in front, that's so close.
Is there a way? It's a little tricky.
Okay,
You're back and forth. Yeah.
okay, I'm good.
So here, I suppose, don't tell the gas station owner that in this scheme we imagine that they're gone. But so this is based on the same idea of replacing the transit parking to the south. But what this does is allows you to create that public square up on the intersection, which, if you're looking at the existing commercial uses, this now is a street with retail that has a destination that draws you in, and then comes further back into the train station. An issue with this, so we were very careful to make sure that the actual memorial remained exactly in place, but this does assume that you might be able to reshape the actual green as long as the memorial stays. And what that does is it allows you to get this public space out on the main street, which makes it more visible and shares more of its life with the existing downtown.
What's going on King Street?
On King Street, that's here. I mean, so we haven't shown any changes. Are you talking about this block here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we did look at, so this existing parking, again, based on our previous comments about if the parking's there, we need to preserve it, replace it, add new. This then is would be a small multifamily building, sort of taking inspiration from this one under construction across the tracks, where actually you could have, the parking is accessed off of the lot back behind it, but the building would face the bridge as it's coming down, and you could actually have, you know, a door that leads directly out onto the out onto the street here.
So, and what about North Greeley? Going up the hill?
Up the hill?
Going up the hill.
Yeah. So these are would just be a series of small multi-family buildings. You know, it's a pretty steep slope. So to take up the topography, they would have to be relatively small increments of buildings. So these are about
multifamily residential.
Yeah, multifamily residential. You could develop it.
How do you park them?
Different formats. So these would actually. So because there's about 10 feet of grade change from basically the top of the building to the bottom of the building, you could come in and have 20 spaces underneath the building where you access at grade to the bottom, and then it's, you know, partially or completely buried at the top, and then you would have, you know, maybe like a 20-unit building above it. So these are small buildings that park under their footprint where you can access it from the street, but it gets buried as the topography.
It's probably open on one side and half of the other.
Right. Yeah.
You know, with that area, you said you take inspiration from that building, which is on Hunt's Place.
Yes.
In the idea that you enter from the bridge.
Yeah, that there is a door on the bridge as opposed to.
You know, if we ever had, and I'm just throwing it out there, if we ever had a walking bridge that went over the railroad tracks that created that street with the downtown, it would actually empty right out on Lower King Street right there. It would actually invigorate.
Here?
Yeah, it would actually invigorate that area back there, connect it more to the downtown. And, you know, that's a very industrial area, but it could actually become very, it could become a vibrant area if there was an easy way to get to downtown as opposed to walking around the whole bridge and coming around. It's just an idea, just a thought, but it just, you know, whatever.
Okay. We'll go on to another one. So here, this looked at basically replacing all the parking in a much larger multi-level garage and actually getting more units down here. With the goal of bringing down more people, bringing down more riders, you know, more neighbors, more shoppers, sort of maximizing your residential development in the town. So this then is a much larger parking garage, which replaces all of the transit parking. So it's still about the same distance to the from the previous scheme. Little further walk, but I think reasonable to.
That's got to be like.
How many stories were you envisioning?
So this is a 5-story garage. I think I'd have to double check my notes, but yeah.
And that's just resi down there, right?
Yes, this is just. So this is about. So the transit parking is about 1,320 cars or so, and then there's an additional level of parking for the new residential.
So how many parking spaces would we gain?
If we did a 5-level garage,
right?
In addition to.
You're not gaining spaces?
Oh, you're not?
We're not gaining.
You're replacing the spaces, the additional parking is for the new development program.
Yeah.
So is there shared parking there with the residential?
So the thing with shared parking, specifically with TOD, is that if you ride the train to work, that means your car is parked all day. So they're actually not a great shared use for, you know, in a more typical suburban scenario, you would drive and leave, and then your space would be available for someone else. But if we're imagining that a lot of these people are taking the train, then the share percentage is lower than you would typically find in the shared parking scenario.
Yes, what I'm thinking is that is the residential parking, can that become part of that garage?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your
Okay,
question, yes.
it was
Yes,
my wording.
it's shared in the sense that the residential and the transit are both in this garage.
Right, that's what I'm
So it'd be, 5 levels of, that's, replaces the transit and an additional level that is for new stuff.
Is that attached to the platform, that structure?
Attached to the no,
White
so.
plains.
Well, that'd be nice.
Yeah, so you walk up, there's the existing crossing over the stream, and then there's the tower.
Is there an option 4 or is this the final option?
I think this is,
Yeah, so this one also, just to point out,
I had just a
I
question.
mean, there's an infinite.
yeah, I know that. But this is the last one, though, right?
Yes.
We
Yes.
were wondering if we were.
So at the top of the hill, this one at the top of the hill.
So,
We done.
sorry, just a couple more things about this. So this also, again, comes all the way out to the street, RIP gas station. Has a different configuration of the park, but this also gets you a bigger park. We're still in that kind of like, 0.8 acre range. The other thing we looked at on this plan is, there's another area up on top of the hill. So, again, it's a bit separate from downtown. It's a slightly different character, and I would say you're within a half mile, so your walk to the train station in the morning would be really easy. As you're walking home at the end of the day, going uphill, it might not be quite as easy. So we're a little more limited in our scope and ambition up here. This looks at reconfiguring this corner to create an open space, a retail shop, and some new residential units. I don't know if these offices and commercial spaces here would ever want to redevelop. If they did, we showed, you could fit a couple of buildings there. This is the fire station, this is the land they own right next to them. And then, here we thought, if you wanted to do a little more dense residential infill, as opposed to just single family houses, you could fit some townhouses in here. But, the top of the hill seems like it's a little type of a different creature than the bottom of the hill. Yes?
Yeah, no.
Did you guys look at North Greeley where like the Rite Aid is and the parking lot across from the Rite Aid and that huge parking lot in front of Rite Aid?
Here?
Yeah, so what's,
Here.
is there any proposal for that, like any?
Yeah, so you're talking about right here?
The gray block.
Yeah, so here, this is the existing, there's an existing town parking lot there, and so because of the topography, right, Greeley is much lower than up here, so you could actually build a level of parking that's accessed from this side that just goes directly on top of the existing lot, and you can double your parking there, which would allow you to create, some more infill units here, to add, some additional units on top of some of these buildings. If any of these owners wanted to redevelop, that would be an option as well. And then this site, I think, is the former Rite Aid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is showing another multifamily project. You could do something mixed use there. We were thinking that sort of to contain the retail program, to make it a little geographically more contained and therefore have the energy feed off each other more. Maybe commercial uses or retail uses specifically wouldn't head further north. If someone owned it and they wanted to do it and they thought the market was there, I don't think we would prohibit that necessarily, but those were our assumptions.
Yeah, and then one of the things about the retail is that, see the pointer? We typically think of retail in a loop, right? In other words, I start somewhere, I go through every kind of storefront, and then I come back to where I started. So in this scenario, the loop, you do have this gap here, which we would love to close with program or something, but these are small lots trying to get structured parking or anything in there. So this loop would sort of function like this, where you would go this, you go up this street, you come here, you cross the street, you go down to the train station, you go around the space, you come back out to Greeley, you walk down Greeley here. If you wanted to then come up, come down and come back this way, and you end up kind of back where you started. So I think it does make sense in terms of a retail experience where you could imagine yourself, I'm gonna take a couple hours, right, and go through these shops and make my way back. Without making this kind of connection here. But it is really important to make sure that you're linking the retail. And this corner, I think that this space right here actually functions pretty well next to the train station. I think that making this connection is actually strong enough without the gas station, right? With the gas station, it's a little bit of a problem, in that you kind of make this gap there.
Well, isn't that an issue of incentives? I mean, where there's a lot of conversation here about using privately owned land and some other, where the town kind of controls it. In my mind, it's more about incentivizing those landowners to, create a different use there, right? So if you provide enough incentive, the guy with the gas station is going to say, boy,
Yeah.
I'd rather build a 4-story building there or a 3-story building there because
Right.
or
Or I'd
revenue.
rather sell it to somebody
Right.
and let them do it if it's gonna give me enough money.
I have 2 questions, sorry. Structured parking in the space, how do I say that, north of the train station, the gray box
Here?
there.
Yeah.
Structured parking?
Yes.
Any assumption in terms of size?
So this, I have my sketches, I think, with me somewhere, but if I'm remembering, this is like 2 levels. Essentially, there's a 1 level all the way under, there's a 2nd level, and then the building would be up above that.
And a
So,
speed ramp.
Yeah.
Because it's very short.
Yeah.
What's your opinion about that kind of structured parking in behind other buildings? Obviously, the one on North Greeley is kind of the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the kind of structured parking people are happy to park in? Or is that a, sort of fool's errand to think that solving parking count in that way is not the kind of parking people really want to use?
Yeah, so it's very interesting. When we talk about, introducing structured parking in a place that didn't have structured parking before, it's interesting. Because when you actually look at the pros and cons, in a place that has snow and it rains and it's really hot and the sun's out really strong, being able to actually park under a structure in the shade or protection is actually pretty nice. Right?
Especially snow.
The other is just a cultural kind of shift, right, in your head about, do I park there? People tend to get used to it pretty quickly, right, that I can do that. And then the third thing I would say is that the 1-level decks are really easy, right? Because it's basically, I come in, I go up 1 level and I'm done.
Yeah.
Right, versus I'm going to go do a 5 or 6 level deck and I gotta kind of circulate up is much more of a culture shift.
I think that that's a very good point, and I think that the culture shift that it would require here would be so dramatic that I just think that I just don't think it would fly. I mean, one of the reasons people live here, choose to live here, is that they don't want to be living in a world with 6-story parking garages. And if it's odd to use the term bucolic in relation to a parking lot, but having a parking lot that is on grade is something which is a lot more familiar to the way they want to live than having this garage.
You know what, though, I actually disagree with that, and I think that it takes a while to get used to, but, Scarsdale built a multi-level parking structure because they were having issues that nobody could park in town and commute at the same time. And there was an uproar initially, and now nobody even thinks about it, and they love it.
Yep.
So I think that
I don't think
part
a
of
lot
it
of
is
them
the way it's still talking, part of it is the way it's designed, I think, and what it looks like. I don't think you want like an ugly all-metal structure, I think there's a way to make it look nice, and I think part of it is people just getting used to it. Nobody likes change, and I think if you put it in the right place, like there where it's behind other buildings, it's not staring in your face, I think there's a way that it actually could work.
Well, in that respect, as to where it is, putting a 6-story, if people said, okay, I'm willing to live in to use a parking garage to get to the train station every day, instead of walking, right, on grade, then put the parking garage close to the train station. Don't put it like way down here. It makes a harder sell. And I think that, people may get, I'm sure they'll get used to it. If they have to do it, they'll do it, right? But the threshold question for me is, how is any of this actually making our Hamlet something which is more than just more shops and more residential?
Bingo.
The objective was to do more than that, and it's all in the principles that are in the comprehensive plan. And I'm fearful that if we do this, and the Hamlet doesn't really change that much. You don't get the restaurants, you don't get the vitality Monday to Friday, which is what we're looking for. people are gonna say, we just sold out to a bunch of developers.
Yeah, so
Not
that's
that we would
really,
have done that intentionally, but that would
Yeah.
be the
I think the issue
consequence.
about the parking garage is not just the design and location, et cetera. There has to be a really good, compelling reason why we have it.
Right.
And to tell me that you're gonna add residential for some new people coming into town is not the compelling story that's gonna really sell that.
Right.
So we need to have a compelling story, and I haven't heard that yet, because all I'm hearing is about residential and retail. And, you know, again, that's not really what, you know, as it exists right now, is what will attract people here.
And
attract people on a regional basis,
And the
excuse me, basis.
And the rooftops, I think you've already said, we're adding here, it's not gonna add a lot of retail. I mean, the numbers
Yeah,
just
exactly.
don't support that.
So what are we doing?
so,
What are we
right,
doing?
so I think that what you're doing is really promoting, A, the ability to redevelop some of these existing buildings. Number two is improving the quality of those tenants, right? And really creating a place and a destination. A lot of that actually has to do with the creation of the public space, right? So what you're doing is you're really delivering a place where you can have a better, more fitting kind of place for the farmer's market, where you can have a place where people get off the train and they say, oh, here's a splash fountain for the kids to come and play in, right?
What, so we had talked in the previous meeting about an anchor of some sort, right? So whether it was a theater or, so in this design, is the park, the public space, is that the anchor?
Yeah.
Like, what's the hub?
What's
Yeah,
like-
where-
Yep.
Like a-
Your
So-
square, where's your square?
Right.
Where's your
So
square?
this is really the square,
Yeah.
right? With the uses that line that to activate.
But that's like the highest traffic area in town,
Yeah.
right? That is the number one space. So if I'm downtown with my, wind the hands of time back into the Pleistocene era, when I had little kids, if I'm taking my 4 boys down there, trying to figure out where the hell, God knows they're running everywhere, especially if they see some water getting squirt out of the ground. There's no way I'm gonna be able to chase them down in the middle of commutation traffic, going back and forth, right?
Right, so what this particular scheme, what this does is rather than having like the one that's there today with roads on all sides, it doesn't. It actually only has roads on 2 sides, and on the 2 other sides, it's buildings that line it without a street. So it becomes more of that safe haven where you're
What if
not
you
sort
move
of.
that square though, to that parking lot behind the former Hall of Scoops? So,
I don't know where that is.
it's on the other side of the train.
The
Other side of the train,
gray,
right there.
yeah.
Right there.
What if you close that? That seems to me to be more natural for a square,
But
right?
no
It's
one would
built,
see
it's
it.
actually a square.
It's behind.
But so there's an area that if you walled it off on the side, you'd have nowhere to go out. The stores don't face the right way, but could at some point.
Well, that's really the critical thing, is that right now, this is basic, that would be like where the trash pickup is,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so it's not visually out in front. You really want that space to be the front door with fronts of
Yeah.
spaces
And
facing.
it's privately owned.
And that's why coming off.
Oh, you mean the buildings are privately owned?
Yeah.
Or the parking lot is? The parking lot's owned by the
Town
town.
park.
The
We own
buildings,
the
the buildings are
Right,
privately
privately
owned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The buildings.
I'm just trying to get into space where people would come down, let their kids run, enjoy, have a cup of coffee, do whatever, without worrying about that traffic issue.
So the way that they're routing traffic in this scenario
Right.
takes the cars out in front, you don't have cars in front of the train station. You have a park in front of the train station.
I'm missing it, then I don't see it, where is it?
Yeah, so what happens here is that, this is Greeley.
Right.
You come off of Greeley.
Right.
You come to a T intersection.
Right.
This is the space,
That's the park right there.
right? Without a road on this side and without a road on this side.
Right.
So that you basically don't have to deal with that. This in the gray is the train station. The idea here would be to actually move the drop-off down here, so that the drop-off is not happening right here at the intersection. And this is a restaurant now, right? Yeah. So the actual platform, or the bridge and platform is here.
Right to the left of them.
Yeah. And so the idea is the drop-off would then move down here. So you're not
So
having
you
to sort of
surround the
deal with
park
that.
with something, a fence or something, some structure.
No, well, the park has basically retail and buildings around it, right? It's a walkable kind of a
So you're
street.
saying along the street?
Oh, the street, yeah.
It could be
So-
more of a barrier.
Yeah, so one of the most natural things, it's interesting when we talk about parking and on-street parking, right? And we think of it as, it's not the prettiest thing. One of the reasons that on-street parking is so important is because it basically creates a safety barrier.
Yeah.
Right,
That's-
rather than
that's-
having cars moving right next to you,
Right.
that on-street parking is critical in making sure that it's separated from the kind of traffic.
And parallel.
And parallel, yeah.
Again, the problem is you're squeezing so much traffic into one area, I mean, it's already a nightmare now with Bell,
Yeah.
the train,
So-
adding to make this town square there to draw more traffic and residents there.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
So there-
avoided at all costs.
So there are two things there. The first thing is that this intersection, that's actually one of the reasons we make this connection, right? Is so these people don't even have to come out here, they can just go out the other way.
Did you ever consider bringing that road through and connecting it up?
I thought it was studied, it was too,
Who's got the pointer?
It's too steep.
This road, can that road come through and connect up to there?
I thought that was
No,
studied,
this
that was
is-
an issue.
Oh, it's too steep.
My recollection is. But the second thing that we do is this road here. The second thing that we do is that this road here right now is one way, right? It really should be two way to provide better access. The third thing is that this transit garage here, being located here, allows you to in essence come from here and move out this way without ever having to go and do this.
And there may be a way, as Sabrina, what we were talking before, to kind of maybe increase the platform and actually have it connect to that parking garage.
Absolutely. So this is actually not very far at all, right? So if you wanted to, you could basically make a little connection here, make a covered path that comes over here, and you're on the platform.
Could you, if you reduce the residential around the parking structure, around the train station, so you didn't have to park resi there, could you take the double deck, make that a single deck and make the deck bigger at the train station because you weren't parking so much resi there? That way the commuters don't have to walk down to that hub?
Yeah, so
that hub is just a little resi?
I'll tell you that this is not ideal. It's tight.
Oh, I know it's tight, but
So-
if you didn't have to park resi there and only commuters, does that work better for you?
If you didn't have residences?
If you didn't have as much resi there, like right now you're wrapping the whole deck.
Yep.
Let's say you just did the street with resi above retail, so you create a place around the park. And then you didn't have the resi in the back, which lowered your resi programming there, which lets you put more commuter parking there.
Yeah, the difference would
Maybe.
actually not be that big, because right now this is already a really short garage for a garage. But the other goal here was to actually start to make this ball field feel more like it's somewhere. So what we do is we actually have residential units that kind of face it and face that pedestrian promenade that goes along the water field.
So can I, let me just ask,
There's a lot going on.
are you in, what seems to me from looking at other towns that are kind of doing well and becoming more vibrant, is while they are adding residential to the downtown, they're really adding restaurants, which are destinations, and are you incorporating that here? Because to me, if you have a place you want to go and you want to go for lunch and for dinner, and then the kids go get ice cream and they can run in the park, that's going to draw more people downtown.
So think of this space as being, I'm gonna have to click back a lot.
Restaurant row.
Think of it like this space, right? Where there's a street on two sides, there's no street over here. In this space, this is all restaurants that sit on here. They actually have a little bit of an elevated terrace that looks over here with outdoor seating. And so this is the kind of space that would be in that one scheme.
Elevated here's good.
Right. So yes, lots of restaurants around that space. The other thing that we heard, which is very, very true with older buildings, is oftentimes you're trying to retrofit it for a restaurant, which can be challenging. This gives you an opportunity to have new space that's much more fitting in terms of the mechanical system, but also in terms of the ceiling height and the flexibility about the sizes of this space.
So could you do me a favor and go back, I'm sorry,
Of course,
could
they
you,
can't have gas. Yeah.
could you do me a favor and go back to the plan again?
Yep, that's where we're going.
Yeah, so I'm looking at yes, thank you. All of the slashed red beige is ground floor retail,
Yes.
correct? Graphically, it looks like that's adding another 50% to our existing retail base somewhere in there.
Yeah, so that's a good lead-in to let's look at the numbers.
Can I finish my question? So, that's good, but I think that one of the things we've been concerned about is, when we talked about it in the beginning, one of the things you don't want to do necessarily is build too much retail. And we're moving the energy of the retail away from the traditional area in town. And I'm just not certain that just putting retail there is going to draw people to that space.
Yep.
Yeah, so that in reality, it's about that, creating a place that people want to go to, right? That's there for something other than shopping, right? And so that's what sort of we're proposing that you create. The second part is the programming piece, right, that we talked about earlier. It's what are those events that you have you have a number of events, but what are the other events that you can program, and where would that happen?
I think this, I'm very frustrated here because we're, I'll just say it outright and just give the possible scenario. You know, we're family centric, we are driven by our kids, we're driven by school programs. We've heard that when we have big events down here with kids, this place is mobbed, etc. I don't think, given our lifestyle, that having a 0.8 acre park is what's going to draw people down to go shopping. People are so driven by time, they're scheduled, etc. However, if you had, and I can't recall the name, but you know, it's down on the west side of Manhattan, it's up in Stamford. If you had some sort of sports thing that will attract people down, Chelsea up in Stamford, we wouldn't have anything that big. But if you had something programmatic that drives people down here, whether it's a private, you know, public, cooperative type of situation, that will drive, I think, people coming here, using our train station. People use the train to come here as well. I think that's how you get, you know, feet on the ground in here, and that would just make this retail area just explode. And I agree, guys, the location that you have is fine, but I don't think a public open space where we come and chat around and have coffee, first of all, we can't do that from, you know, November through March because it's too damn cold. And we've got the four guys who sit at the bench every Saturday morning, but that's it.
That's where you go skating in the ice cream.
Exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. If you do something like that, if we really can do that, that's fine. But it seems to me that if we had something like that, we looked at something like that, first of all, there's nothing like that around here in terms of competition, except for Stamford down in the city. It would really be gigantic.
So what are you referring to?
It's a programmatic destination.
So can
not
I
just
respond from a
space.
Richard
Sure.
Something like a Chelsea Piers is a great idea, right? And we actually are working on something like that right now. But it requires a very large footprint, right? So.
But it doesn't have to be that big.
It doesn't have to be that
So
big,
that's
and if you look at some of the towns that we've been looking at, what's very interesting is that why are all these moms in town during the day? Well, there's an Orange Theory, there's a Pilates, there's a yoga. It may not have to be in one place. If you can figure out how to get those components into the town, and then what ends up being around it are restaurants, right? So you have small retail footprints. That doesn't mean you can't have cool, funky little ethnic and combined types of restaurants. You've got a place like Collinswood, New Jersey. They have the exact same thing. Why does everyone from Philadelphia go there? Because there are all kinds of interesting restaurants. It's only a 2-block area.
To do those smaller athletic venues,
In between.
How do you mandate that?
Well, you can't. See, that's the other part of it that you have as a problem,
We need
right?
something that, I'm sorry, let me just finish. I think I'm building on what Bob is suggesting. There are smaller community venues that could serve this purpose, which are athletic based. You could build I don't know what it costs, I actually have an idea what it costs. I don't know how you finance it, although I have an idea about that. But whether the town is willing to take it up and whether actually it would be something that would be subscribed enough would be some community gym that people would go to, because there's a lot of athletics in this town. And right now, I think that they partner with the schools, and the school gyms. There's no reason why those people ought to be going to schools for that. It doesn't help the downtown. You could do a small community pool. You could do a 100-meter pool or 50-meter pool.
So if you could identify what is their demand for in terms of these sports venues, and like you're saying, how it would be financed? Is it
You want us to identify that?
Well, I don't know that can really be part of the study. That's a whole market. You know, you need to look at the competitive sport venues. A lot of these competitive sports, even gymnastics now, is becoming highly competitive, right? And they're privately financed because you have leagues. Hockey, leagues, you could privately finance that sort of thing. So you need to figure out, is there a competitive swimming?
Well, the town could bond something like this. The town, if it's a pool, the high school, I think, would love to have a pool that they could essentially call their own. there could be a bonding partnership, a tenancy, they're working with the school district. I'm not saying that they're that easy to work with. And I'm not on the town board, so I'm so far away from those conversations that I'm speaking in ignorance. But I think that, for example, you brought up athletics. I think we need a venue, which is an attraction.
So if
it's gonna be athletic.
Yeah, let me take a step back
Figuring out how to-
from the specific programs like uses, right? So one of the things that the form-based code does in two respects, right, is the private sector side, we've got all the little lots, right? You don't really have a say in what's gonna happen there. What you're doing is creating incentives through the zoning code to allow things to happen, right? So, that's that piece of it. For the piece of it that, where it's land that you own, right, that's really about you deciding what it is that you want to do there. Your comp plan has the goal of increasing residential, all right? Increasing foot traffic, making a walkable place, and bringing people here. So what we're doing, when you look at, let me back up here. So when you look at this, you see details about buildings and garages, right? When you look at a regulating plan, it's not gonna show that stuff, right? What it's really gonna show is this street, it's gonna give you sort of regulations about what the face of this looks like and what the face of this is. And it is gonna specifically say, you should create a public space here, it should be this size. And it's gonna kinda tell you, it could tell you, for example, that you require retail around that space, for example, right? But it's not gonna tell you what's permitted. So that's the code part. Separate from the code part that comes after is, well, if you decide to come in and say, we wanna put this out for an RFP for a developer, you own the land. So that's when you come in and you say, this is what we're looking for. We would like to get this particular kind of use here, right? And what it does, it establishes an envelope for somebody to come in and say, in that envelope, can I get you what it is that you're asking for as part of this deal? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, but the code, since you're here to do code.
Yep.
One of the struggles we have as building owners is that we have small, very small places. So you go to, we were dealing with, Soul Cycle, they're franchise. They have a model. It's just a very simple, they have an SMSA, traffic, this, size, height, everything. If you don't have it, they're out.
They move on.
They don't even look,
Right.
they don't even call you back. They look it up on a map and say you're out. So will the code incent, right, collective building owners, because that's what has to happen, right? You have to get 2 or 3 guys together to say, guess what, if we get together and build a 2,500 square foot, 10-foot high beam building with 2 stories of residential, if we do this together, I don't have to worry about parking, I get a rebate, I do something, will the code incent us to do that?
So what the code would do is make it possible for that to happen, for those uses to happen there, right?
That would be
In a
helpful.
very kind of by right, simple way where you say, I meet the code, this is what I want to do, okay, that's an easy thing, yes, you should be permitted to do that, right? But it can't force anybody
No,
to
just
do that.
give incentive to basically say, if we do this together, it makes perfect sense.
Unless I'm mistaken, Sabrina, the code already allows that to happen. These people have been sitting, they can assemble
There's a
property
height
and they can build.
restriction.
There's a height and there's parking.
And
height,
there's
okay, the height.
Parking.
The height part, the
Okay.
3 things,
I'm sorry,
height,
yeah.
parking, and stormwater. Okay, those are the 3 things that right now are preventing developers from improving or working with their neighbors to improve their properties.
You know, my biggest concern is that we've done so many studies in the past. I mean, changing the zoning is great, don't get me wrong, and that's gonna happen. But we've done so many studies in the past that just sit on the shelves. And what I'm afraid is that we're gonna come up with a plan with a parking structure, and it's just never gonna happen, or it's not gonna happen for another 10 to 20 years. And to Bob's point, and Tom's point, I mean, like this space right here, you know, we've heard from so many residents about a community center, and you already talked about getting rid of our community center, I mean, as one of your options with the road there. So like, if this area became like a community center, now we have to book it in advance and only one group can use it at a time, but a real community center. Anybody comes and goes as they please, you got old people, different ages, work, you know, together. That's something that we can do. It's, you know, that's, my concern is that we're gonna, you know, these parking structures, as much as I would like to see it, to be honest with you, it's never gonna happen. And we need to have, instead of having like plans like, you know, low density, medium density, high density, I'd like to see plans like realistic, you know, not so realistic, and great, but probably never gonna happen. You know, because that's really what's gonna happen. We're gonna come up with this great plan and nothing's gonna happen, like all the other plans we've done in this town.
Well, what I-
Besides the zoning, we will change the zoning and there will be some development and that'd be great. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're doing what we can as a town with our property.
Can I add something here, because I think that Eric and Tim have shown a proposal that shows creating a civic center. And I don't wanna look at that lightly, that civic center.
It's like a little park, it's not
No, that civic center is town hall, it's the community center, it's rec field, it's creating a walking path, it's creating a destination for civic uses. If you're looking for a true community center, looking at it at that property in that node is something to consider, and it's very realistic.
Right, what, you're talking about here?
Right, yes.
Yeah, because we already have stuff around it, right,
Yeah.
we already have
This
stuff here.
with the basketball court, with the playground.
Right, exactly.
You know, but there is something to be said about the bringing people, the more feet on the street. Okay, because feet on the street and the new retail space, the new commercial space, beckons the restaurants, it beckons the Soul Cycles, it beckons the things that we do not have now. And most importantly, it provides alternative living for the community. We're not, you know, in addition to new residences, we're looking at the ability for existing residences in their single-family homes, their children, to stay here.
That's right.
Okay, that is a huge component. The people who are living in single-family homes today want to downsize, not downsize to an 800 square foot apartment. They don't want to get rid of their cars. They're gonna have a parking issue in Toll Brothers. Okay? They're gonna wanna stay in this community where they can get on that train, where they can walk to town events, walk to the rec field, come to the community center. This type of work, walk, play, live, work, play in this area, that's what the comp plan calls for. The moving the community center, creating more traffic, better traffic patterns at the northern end of town, not north, but the mid end of town, it beckons the private property owner to do more. But it leaves the town in control of its town-held assets, giving away some of it, trading some of it for town purposes. And so that's what you need to look at, that this is just, you know, what is feasible here. The market analysis is gonna say, Chelsea Piers, you're not going to be, but if you do this, which is down in that left-hand corner, that's the scale that you're looking for.
You know, I'm not, I don't disagree with
Could
anything.
I add something real quick, just on top of what Sabrina's saying? We already know from the census that the town lost 60% of its population between 25 and 35. That's because there isn't that alternative housing, exactly as you're saying. To me, that's what this is about. This is about capturing a segment of our population that can't afford to stay here, as well as the senior population that can't afford to stay here once they move out of their houses. So, somewhat unlike what you're saying, where yes, our existing single-family home community is a family-oriented, kid-driven community. To me, this downtown is not about trying to serve that population per se in terms of residences. It's trying to add a younger population and an older population into the town. And, one other thing, there are developers who are definitely interested in building that kind of housing on the train station parking lot in exchange for parking. I know them, I've talked to two of them. They would love to look at that type of project, so.
I agree 100%, whether we have whether we would do that, though, remains to be seen.
I think
I would do it in 2
It's
seconds.
just a matter of creating the incentive.
We have a question in the back.
May I just say, because I live in town and I walk into town, my challenge with this, I love the idea of a civic node and creating a community center. But as you saw in the last few slides where Eric recapped all the events, a lot of the events like the summer concerts, et cetera, happen on the ball field. And those folks, that's like 1,000 people that don't go into the retail part of it. And that's where our main challenge is that we're not helping the business owners. And I think that's why I'm trying to understand, like we were all talking about at Town Square and a hub, but like, does that create the foot traffic and the flow into the existing retail businesses that we, you know, candidly, we won't be able to change? Like those buildings, like Desires, Lower King Street, those folks are staying there for a while. They've been there for like 20 years. So we talk about, you know, a town square, a main hub, but like my concern about the format and the layout and the traffic flow is that, are we getting those people who are here already into downtown, like the main street, the really King Street corner? Like that's where that's where all the retail is.
Yeah.
So like that's what I wanna try to understand here.
Yeah, so really it's about, like you said, most of those property owners probably aren't gonna redevelop, right? It's very challenging to sort of get together and make a partnership with multiple people to then go forward. It just is, right? So what's likely to happen is that might happen in one place, right? They're successful and they do that, and everywhere else is gonna basically stay as the small lot kind of things. So you can't really change that. So what you're doing to support them is you're creating a greater destination for the whole of Chappaqua, right? There's a reason for people to come to Chappaqua in the first place. And that increases the likelihood that people are, you know, if people come here, that increases the likelihood that they're gonna come over here as well, right? But you're creating an incentive for people to be here. You can't force people to come up to this store.
Just not sure what the incentive is yet. That's the problem I'm having, and more rooftops. And your suggestion that if you incentivize it so that you get the ability to actually go higher and you can do a parking garage, maybe you get some property owners to get together. I don't know who those property owners are. Maybe you do, and they're ready to do it. We've had some conversations about property owners in another part of town doing the same thing, just as an idea, and the pushback we got from developers was never gonna happen. You just cannot get that many people together to make enough of a difference. And I wish it were true, and, you know, maybe the right sort of leadership in the development world, you know, the right guy who, you know, has the financing package and everybody says, yeah, I'll be part of that finance stack, you know, let me in. You'd have to have a developer who really had, you know, because that's a heavy lift to get all those guys together and to get them to work together.
So if I may, I wanna keep them on track of where they're going.
This is on track because,
I do, but
because what
there's two processes.
wait, I'm sorry, it is on track because we have some options here that actually show that as a development option.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that, I mean, I wish it were true, and if it can be true, I'd like to buy into that. But if it's not true that can't happen, then it sounds like developing on the town land is the most likely thing we're gonna be able to do. And whatever might happen up here that we might wish is gonna be incidental, and there may be some spin-off, but we really can't count on that to make the big contribution.
I think that that's a fair estimation in my mind. I do think that there are a couple of landowners here that, given the opportunity, they would do something.
Oh, sure.
But it's small.
Especially with
It's
a
small.
window of opportunity that
Up
closes.
here on the hill, I don't really have a sense, right? But when we look
I
at
can
these.
tell you about up the hill, because I'm up the hill.
Yep.
My question about up the hill for you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, is would it make any more sense to move residential up the hill? Like, cause they will come down. Like, people up the hill will come down, and then put more of the park space or open space in the downtown. Right, put more community space in the downtown rather than building up high residential buildings. Could we move the residential up the hill, which is really where it's more fitting, because the up the hill is residential.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is, when you look at all the precedents that we looked at and many other precedents, the open space can be a catalyst, but it's typically not a huge percentage of the places that are successful. There is open space, and it's of a certain type, but it's really more about the uses, the residences and the commercial.
So residential on top of commercial is what works, people coming down and walking.
Yeah, or it doesn't necessarily have to be on top, but I'm just saying that having more uses in a consolidated space results in a more energized kind of environment.
Okay.
24/7
Yeah.
aspect.
But so we looked at the scenarios, right? No. But I do think, I'm gonna skip that right now. And let's just look at the numbers real quick, so we understand what it is that we're looking at, right? So we went in scenario 1A and 1B. This is the scenario that sort of said you're not building on the parking lots, right? In that scenario, what was 1B, why is 1B so high?
1B was across the street.
Right.
The corner,
Yeah.
the corner.
The five
Oh,
story
yeah, the
building.
corner redevelopment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's not look at this one, let's look at this one. So we're saying there's like 4,000 square feet of additional retail and 325 dwelling units potential. So that's like going up the hill, building those kind of little types, adding a
Guess it's
few,
4,000
a
square
couple,
feet.
on top of a couple of buildings, right? That could get you about 325 dwelling units. The kind of radical changing of that one side of the street will get you about 448 and a significant increase in the retail.
Although that, I would say, that's new retail, but you're
Demoing old.
old, yeah. So it's not a huge delta.
So your net might be
Yeah.
half that.
It might be 5,000.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, even less.
Oh. Yeah. Cause it'd be sort of comparable to this number, yeah. So then if you go to scenario 2, 2A and 2B, your residential units are in the 560 to 627 range, total, right? So that's, the delta means it's the 325 from this scenario, plus about another 234 dwelling units. Right, so basically the north transit parking lot would yield you about 234 dwelling units. Then if you go to scenario 3, where you're building both of those surface parking lots, then it's a delta of 525 additional dwelling units from the kind of base 325. So in scenario 3, there's a total of about 850 new dwelling units made up of going up the hill, adding on top, and building in the 2 lots. And in that scenario, there's roughly about 80,000 additional square feet of retail.
That's a lot of retail.
It is a lot of retail.
Yeah. But it's not necessarily retail, it could be
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah,
restaurant space,
but
things like that.
when we're using the word retail, that is inclusive of restaurants and other experience-based.
Is that including up the hill, you're saying those lots would have
At the
retail,
top.
which I think is a myth.
Those don't.
Is that what you're saying?
No, we were showing some at the top of the hill, but the ones that are on the
On the
slope.
hillside or not?
We were not saying, I mean, you could if you wanted to, but
No.
we were not counting on that.
Yeah, but the other part about retail is that you sort of, it wants to be concentrated, right? And so if it starts to get really spread out, you end up having this person say, well, I don't wanna do retail, I'm just gonna do res, and this person, oh, I'll do retail, and then it's not consolidated.
So how do we fill 80,000 square feet of retail? Do we have that answer yet, or we're working on that? Is it likely we will?
So I sort of had the same reaction as you did initially, which was you have control over this new retail that you're building, but you don't have control over the existing. And the concern is always, does that new retail end up draining the existing because you don't have control over it? And when you have new retail, it's like a shopping center, you have control over how you rent it, you have a coordinated leasing plan, you don't have that downtown. So that would be my only concern, as opposed to just the number, which is a lot. That is a lot. And developers don't always like having that much retail because they're concerned they can't fill it. So that's the other, it could end up not being as lively as you'd like it to be. So somehow the leasing, for the retail, you need to, it's different from the development side, in a sense.
Yeah.
We know we could get a developer to come in and do this, cause that's,
Yeah.
you know, having the transit-oriented residential with parking, it's a no-brainer. But what I keep hearing is the concern is about the existing retail in town, what can you do to, so you have to figure that out, I don't have an answer.
The phenomenon that I'm sure you're familiar with is the race to the bottom, where all of a sudden, this new retail, whatever it might be, is attractive, and the rents in the old part of town, call it the old part of town, but in the traditional part of town, start to fall. And because the energy is being drained away to the new retail, and then you have, since the rents are falling, you have other tenants coming in who are maybe tenants that actually don't speak to Chappaqua anymore. You know, if there's a complaint about nail salons, get more nail salons.
Right.
Although I understand, I mean, actually think we need, I
it's the
don't,
second
but
time.
we need nail salons.
Across
But
the-
you end up in a downward spiral that can be really hard to recover from.
So some people just specialize in looking at old downtowns and how you achieve a positive retail mix with separate landowners. And a lot of that comes down to what do the streets look like? Are you allowing outdoor cafes? What is the signage? What are the storefronts like? And you start to have certain kinds of incentives and controls over creating some sort of a retail area that is going to be more leasable and more attractive. The issue of having a creditworthy tenant like a Soul Cycle becomes more difficult because you do have the smaller formats if you can, right? So it's a whole strategy. But I would be a little concerned about dumping, and you're not dumping 79,000 square feet of retail, right? It's sort of cumulative there.
Correct.
So you're not really whatever we'd add, it would be interesting to know what would we be adding with the scenarios on the public space?
In order to make that space work in your mind, what would that be?
I don't
And
know,
we
I
don't
don't
know.
have an answer.
We don't know, but maybe Eric will have an answer for that, but.
But it's
at some
also
point,
what
but-
you do to the other part of town and how
Right.
you treat that space,
I
right? It's
I
both.
was talking to Greg earlier, I worked with Jim Rouse on a couple
Okay.
of projects, and one of the things that he told me, he said, every morning when I wake up, and this guy's the retail king, right? He did all the waterfronts. He said, one of the things that I do every morning is when I'm shaving, I look at myself in the mirror, and I say to myself, one thing the world doesn't need is another store. And he's right. And so,
More so now than when he was looking in the mirror.
right, and so what he
Yeah,
did,
exactly.
he actually didn't build stores, he built destinations.
Right, he did.
And
Yep.
when that happened, when he built destinations, he sucked retail out of everywhere
Yes, he
else
did.
and brought it to that destination.
Right.
And that could be happening on a small scale here if we're not careful.
It's such a difficult question to answer.
And that's why on the destination thing that Tom and you were bringing up before, I think if we just build residential and retail, someone like me that lives in the West End, I'm still not coming to Chappaqua.
Alright.
Because residential retail, there's nothing there for me. I will just stay on the West End and go to Ossity and Croton and Briarcliff. But if you did residential, retail, and something else
Yeah. Right.
that I don't have anywhere else in the area, then I would start to come. And that could be a community center or another type of theater or something like that. But that's what we need is and I know you guys aren't completely tasked with figuring out what that shiny object is. I know we have to work on that too. But I don't think it's just 4-story resi with retail at the street. I know we need boots on the ground. I know the comp plan says we need housing, so that's a major thing. The comp plan doesn't say we need an anchor. I think we all know we need an anchor that's just not retail shops.
So this is just something I'm thinking because of the conversation. I don't even know if it's physically possible. Rather than putting a community center, which could have a pool, which could have basketball courts indoors, which could have, is there any way to put that where you're calling out for the new residential, under residential? So
Yes.
that public sector space ends up leveraging.
On top of it.
Right.
And I've
Is
got
there a
one
way,
question.
I don't know footprint wise.
Yeah, this is what should be redone.
Redo this.
I've got a question. I
Bring it
know
to
you're
the
making
streets.
this assumption in your analysis. I'm gonna throw it out there and it may not be popular, but I'm throwing it out there anyway. We have this whole space
Exactly.
connected to a rec field, right?
And a basketball
Now-
court behind it.
Okay, and we want that field space because we have the gazebo, we have concerts, we do a lot there. I don't know that we necessarily need a baseball field there. This is just throwing it out. I mean, if we could light a baseball field at Gedney, I don't know that we necessarily need the one in the center of town, but we would like that space. And to take that space and make that the town center and develop this with that whole space, with recreation or whatever we wanna make it, I feel like maybe we should be considering that.
Yeah, so I think that it's
we're
probably not
assuming-
mutually exclusive, right? The question becomes really for the town, what
Yeah.
are you willing to do, and the Parks Department, right? What are you willing
Well,
to
and the
do
school
with that?
district, I mean, there's a school
And the
field,
school.
school fields that are right across the street from this field.
Right,
Yeah,
because
just like-
we're making the assumption it has to be used for baseball, so you can't do anything on it, cause you need around in the field, but maybe it can be used.
And I think Lisa raises a really good point, because it's about creating a community civic center out of town-held property, trading off that community civic center for use of parking lot for other objectives. So thinking about that, and we may be able to remove, we heard the importance of this field. It is the only lit field in town. Okay, I don't know if we've looked at putting lights at other fields that the town uses, that the men's softball team uses, you know, that's all worth exploration. But when I started talking before, and we were talking about different processes, we're here to do a form-based code to talk about the attraction to downtown, to talk about fitting in commercial space, retail uses. But there is a point in the process where the consultant will lead this process, and then it's up to the town. How should town-held assets be used? We've talked about expressions of interest from developers, and those expressions are based off of what the town wants on its property. There's public referendum where the public will weigh in on use of town-held land based on what it means to them, based on what they envision. The comprehensive plan is based on what the community envisioned. Everything that has been talked about regarding programming of town land is in keeping with everything that we heard in all of the outreach we've done prior to the comprehensive plan, during the comprehensive plan. So I don't want anyone to think, you know, we didn't ask the question, do you want a community pool? No, we did not. But they wanted places to go to, restaurants to eat at, places to live downtown. So I wanted to interject that thought, because this consultant has a certain purview in their scope of work. The discussion of the use of the land is important in regards to our next steps.
So, yes, and I was actually one of the ones who tried to suggest that figuring out what that thing is, anchor, I think you used the term anchor, Ivy, which is, maybe you didn't, but it's an appropriate term, what that was gonna be. And I thought that that was the core problem that we needed to solve, because I promise you, everybody knows that there are developers who are itching to build here. That's not the problem. The problem is, I thought the problem we were facing was, how do we get the residential here, which we all want, I think is appropriate, but then how do we actually make the Hamlet a special place? A 24/7, you know, 7 days a week, you know, Monday through Friday, whatever that might be. And that apparently that question has not been answered, it hasn't been asked, and apparently it's not going to be answered. I guess we are going to have to take a separate path to figure that out.
Well,
I think we should blend it in, because that's the placemaking that we
Yeah,
can
I mean,
really
that's
criticize.
I'm just, no, but I'm
No, but wait,
concerned
I
when
was
I
just
hear
told-
when I hear Patty say that there are people who specialize in figuring out how do we promote our downtown, how do we incentivize retailers to come back into the downtown to revitalize our downtown. I think that's what this project is all about. I don't wanna just create a design that's a dream for a developer. I wanna figure out for our current residents and for our current merchants, how do we bring back our downtown area? And if this helps that to happen, this should be a part of that. But this should, like, the tail is wagging the dog here if we're just, you know, putting up parking structures and building retail and commercial in our parking lot.
So Sabrina, I thought what I heard was that's not your scope of work to figure that out for us. I thought that if it is, that's great.
Patty, why don't you talk a little bit about, so one of the things that we don't have is a central entity, economic development, that would help promote the businesses, help with the different retail areas, help with trying to.
I'm sorry, Sabrina, but I'm talking about a specific use, whatever it might be, an anchor, just call it an anchor. The way in which you get there, the entities you have to form, the relationships you have to make can be very complicated. But that's why I thought that's why we were hiring consultants to help us through that process. And first of all, identify what those uses might be, and then help us understand how you form the partnerships and do what you have to do with the state, town land, and all that stuff. It's a big job, But it seems to me that's a threshold question, and I think if we don't know what that is, we don't know where to put it. If we don't know where to put it, we don't know where to put anything else here.
But you and Ivy are saying two totally different things, just so you know. So what I think Sabrina was trying to answer Ivy, but to incentivize and to bring people downtown as our current downtown is right now. We, yes, have to help our merchants, and maybe that's business improvement districts and figuring out how we're gonna get people down here. Whatever, if we also need an anchor, but even if we decide today, we know what the best thing is and we got it, it's still gonna take years to build. So we need to work on both tracks. We may say we would love to have X downtown, and that's gonna be our draw for the future, and that's what's gonna get people here. We still, in the meantime, in the 1 to 5 years, let's say, that it takes to decide to build that and to get it done, we still need to bring people to our downtown, because then we could have this fabulous anchor and all the stores are gone.
I agree with you. I'm not
So it's
disagreeing.
two different
No, it's
things,
not
I
two different
think, we're
things.
saying.
No,
They're
it's-
related,
They
but
are
they are.
no, they are absolutely related, because you only have so much land here, and you need to figure, I think, you need to figure out what this thing is and how much land it's.
It's not me, it's all of us,
I know
but
I know that.
of course
one of the
we
things that
do,
we-
but they're
So all-
related, but they're different.
One of the things that
But-
helped us was that we identified the public space as something that we can leverage and help us leapfrog to whatever we wanna do. Rob's been saying this for years. The key here is we have a lot of, well, maybe not so much public property because it's
Right.
constrained, but there's a chunk of
Yeah.
public property that's available here. And that was what we have, that's our competitive advantage right now in terms of what we can do as a strategy. So that, it seems to me, is what we leverage in terms of making the other things work. And look, I agree with the concepts. My only, it's not even an objection. My concern or my recommendation is that instead of the park area, it needs to be something more dramatic. It needs to be a shinier object, to use Greg's nomenclature. I just don't think that's enough. I think we're right on the right track because it's gonna be down here in the public space and then all these other things that we've talked about, but my concern is that the shiny object that we are currently looking at is being compromised by other issues. And I think that we need to really leverage and maximize the use of this space. And whether we do that through sale or not, I don't know, but I think the shiny object is gonna be bigger than what we're looking at right now.
And I think.
And if we don't decide that, to Tom's point, I think it fails.
But I think it's part of the discussion, right? This is our second discussion that we've had. So I think this is all part of where we're
Absolutely.
going, right? So the idea is you've basically told us we're recentering town south. Right? That's really what's happening,
That's what
right?
I'm hearing too,
Right?
Randy.
But that's okay.
Yes.
Look, I was an owner right up the street, so I get it. So we're recentering town down south. That's your recommendation. We're really putting it around the train station, right? Where the public space is. That's really what's happening. As much as, you wanna say it's up there, it's not up there. Right, Rite Aid isn't, nobody's gonna walk up to Rite Aid. People don't do that. So if you watch, they go to the gym all day and then they have to fight for a space right next to the Chico's. It's not the culture here. But I think that concept is right. So not only are we recentering the town, but we now need the shiny object. So how do we incorporate that into the new town? Then the question is, how do we take care of, what do we do with the rest of the town? Right, and that's great, that's creative, it's not a bad thing. It can be getting developers to say, look, I want the co-op retail and I'll give you my building. Right, I want the retail that you're gonna build in your 5-story and I'll give you my land uptown that you can build a 5-story residential.
Whoa, wait a
Right?
minute.
I know, everybody's like, whoa.
Yeah.
But you
No, I
can
understand what it means.
you can do creative things with co-oping retail spaces and things like that in order to accomplish goals. But I think the bigger picture is why we're here is, what's the general plan, right? What are we doing? If we don't agree that the new center should be in and around the train station, and that's the focal point of the community, then okay, where's that gonna be? Your recommendation is it should be somewhere down here. And I think that's part of what we're gleaning from you, and we as a community have to decide with all your advice, does that make sense, does it not make sense? And then what to do progressively, after we decide that that's gonna be.
So if that's the conclusion, and I'm
not saying
agreeing-
it is, I'm just saying
No, I
that's a
said if.
proposal.
No, I said
Right.
if, and that seems to be a direction here, it
Yes.
seems to be the primary direction here, right?
Yep.
And so if that's the conclusion, my concern would be, then one gets to the next part of the conversation, which is, okay, now what do we do with the rest of the
Right,
town?
right.
It seems that's like buying into a problem that I don't think that the rest of the town wants to hear. They want their problem solved.
Well, I think that's when you have to change the zoning to help that.
I'm sure they
But-
do. But
okay.
then the question is, are new developers coming in willing to do more than just build their building, take it and walk away?
These are huge
We're gonna
ifs.
ask them to participate. It's a long discussion, it's a 10-year plan, right? This is not a
Yeah,
two-year plan.
right, and, I'm sorry, one more thing, because I wanna follow on. If the conclusion is we do it down here, I think that we still need to know what that anchor's gonna be. We
I don't
at
disagree.
least need to know
That's
how
the
much
next step.
land we
Yep.
need for that. We need to know how much parking is associated with
Yep.
that. The town, I think, needs to be comfortable with how they do that land swap, or maybe, I don't know how they
Don't
do
disagree,
that, how
the
they
details are
finance
all
it.
there. Yep.
And it seems to me that's something that needs to go on a parallel track with this, but I don't think you can close on one without knowing a lot more about the other.
I'm not talking about closing, I'm just saying this is a sequential process, right?
Close
This
on a
is-
decision for one, rather than
Right,
until
we
you know
have
about the
to
rest.
say, we think this might work, let's go consider what the obstacles are to get there, right? Can we put a swimming pool, community center,
That's exactly-
2-story, 3-story here, connected to the parking garage so kids can come back and forth? Can we
And
do
that's
that?
what
We
I
need two shiny objects, one, someone raised the issue about North Greeley, these small.
Only one sign.
But the thing-
That's all you get, Bob. That's all you get.
I would
I'm the
actually-
planning board now, you only get one.
I would actually agree with Bob, where you need two shining objects, but here's the thing. One is a private shining object, and one is a public shining object.
Right.
We own this land down here, it's our job to work on the public shining object. We need to incentivize down there, so developers can grab their shiny object. And both those things need to work together. It's not one or the other, it's both.
And frankly, if you had one here and where like Rite Aid is, let's say, then you've got two shiny objects that then you've got all the retail and residential in between that would draw people both ways.
It's the public and the private working together.
So
Doesn't have to be.
to me, I think this is all really instructive. What you need is to make sure that the form-based code allows for a footprint for that shiny object, right? So right now, it sounds like.
If it's private,
if it's-
yeah, if it's private.
Well, also if it's public,
Public has to-
because you
allow
have the
that?
ability on your public land to control where that would go within a future development when you do an RFP.
We need to carve that out
Need
somehow.
to carve that out.
And it needs to be it needs to be understood with respect to how that actually works as a destination, whatever it might be, traffic, parking, all those things need to
Right.
be somehow built into the code, form-based code that carves it out.
And, right, because that's why you need to know where it goes.
Right.
And then what else you can do, like right now, we're sitting here, I think it's very difficult, we're looking at 4 communities. This is what our very limited scope, to be honest. This is what and I hate that because you always wanna do more. And unfortunately, it's not in our scope. So what we were asked to do was look at a very high level of the market so that we could bring some reality to this form-based code so that we could run some numbers and say, is this real? Does it work? Because everyone's saying, is it economically viable? So that's one part of our scope. The other part is to look at these other selected communities and say, what do they have that we don't have? What works there that could work here? What doesn't work there? What can we learn from that? And while we're doing that, one is there's a theater, all the things like theaters, movie theaters, live theaters, those kinds of things are not something that's museums, whatever you wanna come up with, community centers, they're not supportable by the private sector alone. They all have nonprofits that support them. So even if we came up with something and said, you need a theater like this, I'm not saying you need a theater at all, believe me, but you need a theater, then you have to figure out how you're gonna finance that. Right, okay, so that's not something we can do, right? So, and that's why I wouldn't wanna sit here and say, you need a theater, because it may not be financeable or doable, or a museum. So I think the best thing we can do is say, here's a list of the kinds of things that you could do there, and you should consider having a footprint within this code that allows for that. And then you decide, like you're all saying, should it be something that's a community center that has this, and this, so that you could leverage some private development over it or around it. They're all different ways of approaching this. So I think the best way to approach this is to give you the flexibility of where to put this, what kinds of things to think about and look for. And then, once we leave, you know, that's something that you're gonna have to figure out. I mean, we're not gonna be here, that's the problem. We're leaving you with a code.
So it's not, okay, so it's not in your scope, which is fair enough, it's not in
Which
your
is
contract.
unfortunate, yeah, it's not.
Could-
We'd love to do that if you want, no,
Could
but-
you help?
I understand.
Could
but
you help us
it's
with?
frustrating, right?
Could you help us with uses that you would see would not be appropriate here?
Yeah.
Like a theater?
Yeah, I
Because
think-
we got Chappaqua Performing
That's
Arts
what
Center,
our
we wouldn't wanna
intention-
compete, okay.
Yes, that's what our
So,
intention
if you
is.
can't tell us exactly
their
what's good to go here, at least we could cut stuff out by saying,
Yes.
definitely don't put that here.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool, that helps.
Right. I mean, I'm not gonna say don't put in an aquarium, but I don't think you should put in an aquarium.
That would be a tough sell, we'll see.
But that's what we're tasked with, to say,
Okay.
you don't wanna do this. Right, you could do a botanical garden.
So it's past 12.
Yes.
We're scheduled to 12. Do people have a few more minutes or? people-
I would really like to understand what the next steps are here.
Yeah.
So where are we going from here?
Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to do was sort of summarize things that there's consensus on. And then kind of identify.
long.
Oh, I think there's.
This is a yes or no, raise your hand or not.
It's 12:15 on Monday.
So,
And it's gonna rain.
so then,
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Eric.
no, but then our next step is to go back and do some more work that we need to do. But it was really to kind of hear what we heard from you, to go away and produce a revised plan, right? Because the goal at the next meeting is to have a revised plan that can serve as a basis for a regulating plan for the code.
So, are you going to distribute the presentation
Okay.
from today? And I had asked after the last meeting, I don't know if we went anywhere with this, but I'd like us to have a share drive so that we can, or some way in which we're keeping documents so that we can all reference them as a part of this working group. That
This was very helpful.
this and
Like a
anything that went
Dropbox
into
folder or
this, I mean,
something
do
that
we
we
have?
can all-
Yeah.
It would be great if we had a collaboration space for this team so that we're able to.
Then I mean, I will say that it was a misunderstanding. I thought that you wanted electronic kind of open chat room.
No, I just want a space where we, I mean,
I
Google
can set, I,
Drive.
yeah, I can set up a Dropbox to put all this information in. Yeah, right now it is on the website. It is on the comprehensive plan website.
So we log on to town and see it out.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely on,
We'll get it
you know,
there.
plannewcastle.us. If you go to implementation, there's a section in there which I'm currently revising. It's got the recording from the last meeting, it's got the documents they provided.
Okay, great.
We can post this slide presentation there as well.
And so would you like to receive additional comments and feedback from this group as we reflect on this?
Say no.
So,
Because you're gonna get it from me whether you like it or not.
That was for me, and I distribute it to them.
Yeah, I think it should come through
It
Sabrina
comes, everything
instead of
comes through me, so if you want me to forward any comments on, I'm happy to do so.
So I mean, I think that we kind of have a general sense of what people's reaction is in terms of some of the physical features, right? In terms of number of stories and the character of the architecture, and you know, that's all fine. I don't think we have time to get into it in more detail today. But they'll say that the biggest thing obviously that came up out of this was really about this kind of public facility. Like, is there some other bigger kind of feature, and where would it go?
That'd be helpful.
Yeah, and so I think that we can maybe put a little bit of thought into that. I don't think that we're, in the time frame and the schedule that we have, I don't think we're gonna get to that answer, is my guess. And so, unless you guys can make an answer in the next week or two. So, I don't know, you tell me. Can you come up with an answer?
Miracles can happen,
Okay.
you never
No,
know.
but so what
Well,
I would
maybe we can
probably.
put together a list of what we
Ideas?
all think might
Yeah.
be
Or-
public-private
Why then why
shiny
don't I
objects.
task you all to send me an email with your idea of what you think that should be,
Shiny objects.
your shiny object.
Sounds like in private?
And
so-
so the use of this
One public, one
location,
private.
is that open or is it
Yes,
Not.
yes,
Right?
absolutely.
That's-
That's
I
an
think it is.
already a yes answer.
Say
Okay.
that, I didn't hear that.
We've all sort of stepped around, we've talked about it, but stepped around it. If it truly is an open site that can be considered with everything else, we should know that now.
Yeah. And so let me ask the question, when we say that, if this is an open site and it can be considered, is it realistic to consider that this building would be rebuilt?
Yes.
Okay.
Renovated or
I mean,
raised and
honestly, like
rebuilt?
running out of space to
Wait a minute,
control
we're
crossing.
listen,
$1 million into
Because
the
they're
ground
two
of
different-
basketball
They are
court
two
here.
different things, but the mechanicals are antiquated. We're running out of space. There's need for better space, more publicly accessible space, safer space, the list goes on. Right now, we make do in the space that we have as town departments. Would we like more space? Yes, I know the police department has their own wish list as to what they would like in regards to a police station. So I would say whether it's renovation or tear down, can't answer that, leave it to others who are better at making that determination. But in looking at the configuration of the lot with where we want to go, how does this building sit on the lot, it may be a rebuild.
Can I
But
ask a
keeping in
question?
mind that we're building a basketball court and a playground back here that we're doing now. So that's, but if this was all part of a recreation type facility, it may work there perfectly
Let me
anyway.
ask a question, would you be willing to relocate the services in this building elsewhere?
I can't answer
Well,
that
the fact is, I was just gonna say that, I mean, I'm not saying we move town hall to Chappaqua Crossing, because that would be too controversial, I know, I said it years ago, but now I'm not gonna say that. What I am gonna say.
I'll say it for you.
No, because I mean, I was at one point in the bottom 2 floors of the cupola building, but now it's all housing and that's that. But the fact is, they're required to mothball 250,000 square feet of office space, okay? They would give us some of that space. I'm not saying we move all of town hall, because I understand there's some benefit to having your, the whole,
government.
the government down here. But the truth is, there's some space up there that we could avail ourselves to, and for free.
Well, the one thing that jumps out at me when you think about this space that you always have to consider is where's the swing space? Meaning, in other words, if you replan this site and you're gonna tear this building down, where's everybody gonna be in the interim during construction?
Chappaqua Crossing.
Right, so if there's space available where you would be in there temporarily while something happens here, that makes it much more realistic.
So one of the things actually the thing that concerns me about this strategy is that the shiny object, that depends on a whole nother project here. I think we're saying, because the shiny object, I guess we're saying would be on this piece of property. And if we're tying the future of the hamlet to a shiny object that then is tied to the success of tearing this down, and it seems to me that that's putting the
It doesn't have to
whole
be
thing
here
at risk.
though, it could be over there, right? The shiny
on
object
the
doesn't have to be in this
rec field.
spot, it could be anywhere
Right,
down here.
right,
Absolutely.
right. It doesn't have to
You
be.
could open this up for other uses,
Okay, so the
residential.
so the conversation went to, yeah, you can have this building and plan on that, but we're not saying that, right?
We're just saying, the building's in play, the space is in play.
Okay.
The site is.
The site's
in play.
Right, the site.
The site is in
With
play,
the
right.
exception of the current location of rec field, the basketball court, and the playground.
Well, no, we were putting
I think the rec field,
back
the
into
rec field should be.
put it back in.
Well, the use
Well,
of
the
rec,
use
the
of the
use
rec
of rec
field.
field, but the physical location, as they pointed out, is kind of where it is.
Right, because they're.
Right, the field would stay, but it doesn't have to
Well,
be
there's so
a
many options.
baseball field, it could be, that could be a town center, whatever we decide is the thing we wanna make it.
Well, my understanding is that there's an agreement signed with the school, that the school doesn't actually meet its requirements for open space, and that part of their requirement is being met by that ball field.
For us. But we could potentially move it if we have lighted fields at Gedney, we could potentially.
We can move the use of the field.
Yeah.
We can't move the field.
So we could also have
Right,
lighted.
building
Well, but my understanding is that what
Change
happens
the
is that the
use of
school
the
is
field.
using it across the street, meaning students go from there, they cross the street, they use the fields. go back to school.
I don't think so.
I think it just counts as
No, they
part of
don't.
their open space
that
requirement
doesn't happen.
because it's.
Yeah, that,
They
no,
are.
I've
Yeah,
never
you
seen
know,
that
you know,
happen.
you know.
And my kids were there for 4 years too, they never crossed the street to
We
use
don't
the
allow
rec
the
field.
kids to cross the
They
street.
come across and monitor the stream.
Yeah.
No, that's at the library.
No, they do it here too.
Centimeters, yeah,
Yes.
middle schools, they do
I
it,
see them.
pH meters, yeah.
Right.
So getting back to next steps.
Next steps, okay.
So what are we saying about the field, just to clarify?
Rip it up.
Nobody wants baseball anyway,
We're gonna
so-
supply Sabrina with various options
Yeah.
for both
Okay.
private and public, so
Two
we
shiny
can
objects.
get that to you guys, and then we can start to think about what those might be.
Do we have a deadline for that? Friday. By Friday.
Friday, how's that, good?
Perfect.
Is that okay?
Our comments to you by
Yeah.
Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
and
you
so for,
identify all the sites that are in play, right?
No, they're gonna identify what their shiny object is. I would
I think
assume
any town
Public
owned
and private.
property is in play.
any
That's what
town
I'm
held
trying-
property is in play.
Sabrina, or if they have a preference whether it be at the north end or the south end?
The shiny object?
Yeah.
Well, the shiny object for private could be on the north end, and shiny object for
Yes.
public.
If they,
could be on
right,
the
if you have a
It would have to be
preference.
here, right?
Well, we don't have a choice, public has to be here.
I think the only, I think we need to identify that the only shiny object we have control over is that which could happen on town held land.
Right, the town, the town.
Right, but it's
That could be
something that,
land swap.
if for
Right,
instance,
that's
like
closer
the Rite Aid building, if the owner of that building is looking to develop it, and we may say, we would love to get this here, and maybe they sell it to a developer or whatever it is.
Randy would do a property swap with us in 2 seconds, but the truth is, it's probably not gonna
So,
happen.
so then, your shiny object with a location preference, how about that?
yeah, the one thing I would say about the shiny object is that the shiny objects that I've been hearing are of a size that needs space. Right, so for example, being located up at where, what is it, Rite Aid? Where Rite Aid was, it probably isn't gonna fit there.
You can get a community pool in there. With a lot next to you, yes, you can. I've laid it out.
And you've got condos there.
I'd like to see that.
I'll show it to you.
Sure, Tom, you should share that.
I'll show it to you.
With all of, because if you're gonna do a community pool, I'm assuming that it's a whole center, right? In other words, it has the fitness and exercise rooms, it has the pool, it has the bathrooms that are required for that.
Well,
it
of
has
course,
the-
it's got the bathroom.
Yeah. Well,
Go across the street.
Two-year-olds don't care.
Fitness area.
That's that out. That one out. So for next steps then, we have the meeting scheduled in 1 month.
Put his dad.
Where we need to
Listen
come
up,
to you.
please.
We have a meeting scheduled in 1 month where we need to come to you. That was with some pretty developed things. So with this wrinkle in it, we'll need to get going on that pretty quickly. We'll probably need to schedule an interim meeting, video conference, where we'll share with you some additional sketches.
Very good.
And we'll need to get some feedback pretty quickly on that.
So we need to schedule another meeting, is that what you're saying?
We do.
Okay, so
Or a
everyone should
call.
pull out their calendars.
Kind of a call, Sabrina.